Are you ready? All right. How are you? I've not seen you in a while.
I have no much problems.
Good. All right. I will start with the introductions. You and I know each other. I hope you
Yes.
have not forgotten who I am. I'm chairing the proceedings as you can gather.
Yeah.
And on my left is the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Sipanya Mohale.
Yeah.
And on my immediate left, but immediate right, is the public protector, Advocate Galega. And at the far end over there is Mr. Nissen, who is chair of the Commission of the South African Human Rights Commission. It's a mouthful. Thank you. All right, let's get right to it. Uh, I know you've undergone many interviews in your time. You've been before the Judicial Service Commission for interviews there, so you're an old hand at this. We'll follow that same format. I'll ask you questions and then hand over to my colleagues to examine you if they
Okay.
have any questions for you.
Thank you.
First, are you a South African citizen?
Yes.
And do you hold a prominent position in any political party?
No.
All right. I ask these questions because the Electoral Act specifically disqualifies a person who is not a citizen of this country and holds a high profile party position.
No.
What academic qualifications do you hold?
Well, a string of them. Is Puris, LLB, LLM, a senior diploma in draft interpretation, drafting, no, in drafting and interpretation of contracts, a certificate in legislative drafting, a certificate in leading diversity and inclusion at work. I think. And the LLD honoris causa.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which was conferred upon you by UNISA
UNISA in 2023.
in recognition of what qualities, may I ask?
My contribution in jurisprudence. That's the main thing. And
Okay. You come from the judicial bench. You were a judge for many years. Can you just take us quickly through your journey on the bench? When were you appointed? And
okay.
just take us through until the moment you
I
retired.
started acting as a judge in 2005. In 2007, I was appointed a permanent judge in KZN, KwaZulu-Natal Division. In 2016, I was appointed as a deputy judge president. And thereafter, I had some acting stints as the judge president. And lastly, I had an opportunity to act at the Constitutional Court.
How long did you hold the position of deputy judge president?
For 7 years.
And I know you had lengthy stints in the acting position of judge president. How long was that?
Well, the minimum of 2 years.
All right. Well, you're a judge for life, and
Yes.
you know the value of integrity, independence of mind, and so on. So I will not bother asking you about those. What I want to find out from you is what experience do you have that qualifies you for this particular position?
In the first thing,
Maybe let's go one step back. What do you understand the mandate of the Electoral Commission to be? What does it do?
or is to manage the elections, to ensure that the elections are free and fair, and thereafter to declare the results within the shortest possible time as prescribed in the legislation. In terms of the legislation, within 7 days of the conclusion of the election. Then, and also, well, it is intended to strengthen the democracy and promote electoral processes.
Well, how do you fit into this picture? What experience do you think would?
In the first place, as an advocate and a judge, I'm in a better position to interpret and apply the provisions of the electoral legislation, regulations, and the provisions of code of conduct in a manner that will give effect to declarations, guarantees, and responsibilities as contained in the Constitution. For the Constitution must infuse the lives of all South African citizens. Is a key thing in this constitutional democracy. So my role will be the bigger one, because in terms of the Electoral Act, the Commission must constantly or continuously review the legislation, make recommendations, and so on. I'll help there, more particularly also because I have a qualification in drafting and experience, because as an advocate, as a judge, we're involved in those things as well, practically. The resolution of disputes, starting from the resolution of conflict before they gave rise to a dispute. So I have been involved in those things even before I went to the university at Msinga there. I was busy making peace between the warring factions and the taxi feuds. And thereafter,
Before you move on, your CV indicates that you chaired four commissions of inquiry in that regard?
Yes. I think, therefore,
Were 3 or 4?
yes. That was Matonzi and Leafy and the other Patria. Yes. So with all that kind of qualifications, skills, knowledge, and experience, I think I'm a suitable person. Not only that, but also a fit and proper person for this position.
I left out a huge chunk of your CV. Before you became a judge, you started out in public prosecution.
Yes, in fact.
Can you just take us through your career journey?
Yes.
Until you became an advocate?
Okay. In fact, I started as a clerk in the 70s in the magistrate court. Thereafter, I went to school, to the university for 5 years. On my return, I could not be employed for some reasons maybe I may explain. So I took up a temporary teaching post in the nearby high school because I have to look after my children. My wife, I had to send my wife to school as well. So I have to stay at home looking after children. Thereafter, I had been trying to get work from the government. You remember the time of apartheid. I couldn't. At one stage, I phoned these people in Pretoria and I talked to them in Afrikaans. That was the day I was appointed. After many attempts, then I was sent to to start as a prosecutor. When I came there, I had a problem because the chief magistrate who was heading the station was white, and he said he was not expecting a black person, but a white person, to such an extent that I could not have an access to the justice house, which was allocated for prosecutors. From there, I moved to Pietermaritzburg, where he said he had found me a place. In Pietermaritzburg, I stayed there because my intention was to become an advocate, but I couldn't at the time because, as I said, my wife was at school. I have to look after children, but in any way, I have to get something some income. Thereafter, I joined the bar in 1991 because I was admitted in 1988 because of those problems. Then I had to start in 1991 as an advocate. I had been an advocate for 13 years. Thereafter,
And you attained silk.
took silk. Then I was a senior advocate for 3 years until thereafter I was appointed. But before then, I was also I started in the industrial court as an ad hoc member, that was called at the time, because industrial court is just similar as the labor court now, just a change of name.
You were there for 5 years.
I was there for 5 years. Thereafter, I was arbitrator in various bargaining councils. And in 2000, I was taken by the CMA as a senior part-time commissioner. I lasted there for 7 years. Then when I was appointed a judge on a permanent basis in 2007, in 2016, I was appointed as deputy chairperson.
And you've been panelist in several bargaining councils as well.
Yes.
All right. There are many other things you've done according to your CV. You're an author of note. You've written a number of books.
Yeah,
Published books.
I have written 5 books already, and I'm busy with the 6th one.
And what were the subject of your books?
Well, different subjects. Because the first one was the role of traditional courts in the discourses of democracy. And the other one is revelation of God's truth and plan. The third one is history, but black people, starting from the north up to here and up to the present stage. That's the third one. The fourth one is customary law in the constitutional democratic South Africa, not that old customary law. And the fifth one is the South African courts practice knowledge. That's the one I'm still busy with tutor.
And you've written legal articles as well.
Yes, which are published in Datescraft and other publications.
You have had involvement in the academic space too, as an academic association, then honorary professor of law at the UNISA Law College.
Yes, they awarded me those because at various times they asked me to come and address their students in various subjects of law. So eventually they deemed it fit to give me that.
And I see that your latest foray in the academic space was that certificate you obtained in diversity in the workplace and diversity and inclusion
Yes,
from the
in
University of Cape
2000
Town.
and in 2022 in the University of Cape Town. That one is got a leadership skills as well, and that one should accept the difference and celebrate the diversity that bring all the people together. As we say that we can find the people of different social origin, ethnic and color and race and so on, how to live with those people. And in fact, more if you are in a leadership position, what is expected of you, what you have to do, how do you solve problems, and so on. So if one reads that is a leading diversity and inclusion, maybe one can think it's just a minimal thing, but it's got a wide field, but more particularly on the part of leadership.
Your CV indicates someone who's heavily invested in the welfare of their community. You still have projects going on now?
Yes, I have a number of projects, and some of them, they give me solace when I see them growing. Because I have some projects with the people how to invest money and how to prepare for some calamity like that, just like death and so on. You see, the families in the rural area, people are very poor. So if they pay something over the time, that will make a difference in their life. And I myself contributing even more than them, compensating those who are unemployed. And also in the family, the investment, teaching our youth how to invest. Because if you want to invest, you start earlier. It's not only confined to the people of Madondo, Masibuko, and Matonzi who are related, but anybody who buys the idea is welcome. So we have with the farmers, the people do the farming, We have recently established a milling plant that if the people plant maize and everything, then they bring it here for us to mill and get something to eat. In our area, maize meal is the staple food. Every homestead, if the homestead does not have the maize meal, a bag of maize meal, there's a problem. I'm talking about the rural area where I come from. So, well, and many others, even in the community I'm involved, training is in Duna and Amakosi, how to deal with the disputes, how to run the affairs properly, more particularly in the constitutional democracy.
Just to bring things back to today's business, voter apathy has been a growing concern for a while now.
Yeah.
If you are appointed to this position, what would you do to encourage disinterested or disillusioned South Africans to return to the polls with the passion they had in the early days of democracy?
Well, first we have to establish the root cause of a decline. Because if you don't establish the root cause, that will be an academic thing. If you hear, I'm living in South Africa, I hear people saying, no, this political activity and voting has got no relevance and use to us. Because some people, since 1994, they've been crying for civil service delivery, and there's also cheap politicking by political leaders across the political spectrum until people they lose hope and confidence in the system. So those what I've had, those are allegations. But the commission must delve into that thing, establish the problems, put create the vision on the thing, and invite other stakeholders and see which stakeholder can perform what role each stakeholder can play in the whole thing. After establishing, and they put down the problems and the issues or challenges in the whole thing, so that they'll be able to address the problem. Some of the people, they are of the view that they take a long time standing there in the long queues or to address all those things, as I've said, but there is to explore the genesis of the decline. And from there, you will know, we divide the means and ways and tactics and strategies to make it work. But you cannot make it work by the commission alone, but it has to get that cooperation from other people, stakeholders, the community, learned people, because the people should understand and accept that they can only through the electoral process participate in the decision affecting their lives. There's no other way. So the commission also must intensify the voter education, more particularly on civic democracy, which taking the people that people are told, as I've said, that's only through this, that now we're in a democracy. And also, you develop the culture of democracy and human rights for the people to understand. Because some of the politicians, they do what they do because people are ignorant. But once the people know what is happening and who's telling the truth, who's not, there will be change. But without cooperation with the people who are affected, stakeholders, and all other people who love democracy, will not succeed.
We have just emerged from very sharply contested elections. What lessons, if any, can be gleaned from the process, the electoral process we went through last May? And following May, with all the litigation that took place and other developments.
Well, there are a number of things. The election itself is characterized by contestation. And during that one, you find that the tension occurs anyway. But you have to have a mechanism in place that when it comes to that stage, people must be worked up mentally, psychologically. They must understand that in any way, when we are contesting, we are not fighting, we are not enemies. But there's a way now democracy wants us to do. And the other thing which I have seen is the mushrooming of disputes. Some of them are not vetted, giving rise to litigation. We find that the long drawn out litigation tend to erode the resources to the prejudice of the Commission and to the citizens at large. So from this election, the Commission must learn, must assess and evaluate it and find what are the problems, what had happened, because from that, they can be in a position from the knowledge gained and the insight from those assessments, they'll be in a position to devise the strategies for improvement. Because all start from exploring the genesis, the resultant problems, and how to contain this. We must have a vision, because without the vision, not knowing whether we are coming or going, I don't think we'll be able to achieve anything. But I, not acting alone, but with some other people, maybe I'm going to make a contribution, because I've gone through a number of things, even acrimonious disputes, even amongst the judges. You find that some judges are at loggerheads. So we have to sit down with them. The judge is not in good terms with the interpreter, however. But you find a way. But in the first place, we must find the root cause of the problem and how to deal with it.
Well, lastly, for me, Judge Katondo, you're a pensioner, albeit a very active one.
Well, as I'm saying, I'm a pensioner.
Should that disqualify you from appointment to this position?
Well, that would be a discrimination
Age
on the
discrimination,
ground
is
of
it?
age. Because one must not look at my age. One must look at my contribution, my experience, my knowledge, my skills, my qualifications. Because if I'm not contributing in important ventures like this one, it means all this thing will be wasted. I'll be sitting with my grandchildren trying to mediate between them when the problems come to report so and so has done this, so and so has done this. And I set up a small court for them so, so that everyone going there being satisfied and happy. See. So if there's seriousness, one may not do such things to help. Because mine, I don't think I'll be a full time, but I will help where it's necessary. I have the weapons or ammunition to do that.
Right. All right. That's all from me for now. I'm going to hand over to my colleagues. Judge, if they have any questions for you, starting with Advocate Mufai.
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
I think you've given a good analysis. Sorry. Good morning, Judge.
Good
I think you've given a good analysis of what you can contribute in the country holistically, or what you've contributed so far, and
Yeah.
it's quite commendable, I must say. However, I just want to find out from you, considering where the IEC is at, if you were to be appointed a commissioner, what are the things that you would bring internally as a commissioner who will now be part of their commission? Because according to the Act, the commission is the 5 commissioners. What
Yeah.
would you bring internally to enhance the results and work of the IEC broadly? Thanks.
Okay. Firstly, I'll look at the legislation and see how best it serves the purpose, or will make it possible for the commission to carry out its mandate. That is the first vehicle. The legislation, together with regulations and the like. Because without those things, paving the way, setting the principles and practice and all those things in place. And secondly, addressing this problem, there must be a vision. You set the vision, you create the vision, the objectives or expectations and proposal and goals, that by such and such time, the timelines and all those things in place, we involve all other people who are affected by this or will be affected anyway. That will be an internal thing to look at. And I don't know much of the mechanism, because there can be a mechanism in the statute, but the people do different things. So for us to be marching in the same direction, we start from what prescribed the way to us, which is the legislation, the constitution, and the like. And then out of that, we look at ourselves. whether we do what is required. If we are not, what do we do wrong? Then let's start doing it in the right way so that all of us will march in the right direction and find the problems even from the people. Some people can volunteer if we have got some consultation with the people to find out what really are the problems. Then we'll find a way. So that's my philosophy of doing things. And it just succeeded over the years.
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Madam.
I just want to take further the issue around voter apathy.
Yes.
Studies have shown that it's particularly deeper amongst young people. How do you think you would contribute in the IEC by ensuring that the youth is re-engaged and they have much greater interest in the voter system?
At first, we must know the reason for that decline or antipathy from the youth. Because I've heard youth saying they're unemployed, despite that they have high qualifications. So that on itself, I know that can be remedied by the politicians and so on. But we inform and educate the youth in depth about the background of the constitutional democracy. It's the need and the significance of it. Because some people, they sit back because they are ignorant. But if they're enlightened on these things, and I told emphatically that without this, nothing will be able to achieve. Thereafter, after doing intensifying those programs, talking to them and people, you reassess and evaluate those programs with a view to establishing whether there is any increase of knowledge or change of attitude or modification of the behavior. That will tell you that, where the problem lies now. That now we have to devise another strategy, because you inform them and educate them, you assess and evaluate your methods, whether they meet the overall goals or the goals you intended. If not, where do they run short? Then you attend to that together with other stakeholders. Eventually, you will be on the winning side.
Do you believe that our electoral system in its current form, the tiers into our democracy, is accommodative to young people?
I think so, as I explained, but it must start earlier. A voter registration must start at the schools, because a person can register at the age of 16, though have to vote at the age of 18. So if those people are exposed to the electoral process at that stage. That can help. And also, that should be corroborated with the issuing of IDs, because the people who are to do the ID, take an ID at the age of 16, and must also register. So these people we are talking to now, to the registered voters, though the time for voting has not come. When the time comes, at least 90% of them must be aware and appreciate the democratic electoral process and must know the outcomes from there. That there is no use of them standing on the street crying and accusing anybody, but they themselves must involve in the whole thing and change what they want to change. So we have to tell them that's the only way they can change whatever they want to change. Otherwise, no, because they cannot take arms now. The time for arms is over. The only arm we have is the electoral process.
If you could change one thing to restore the confidence in the election processes, if you could restore one thing in respect of changing the confidence of the public in the electoral system, what would that be?
Is to make elections user friendly, in the sense that a person, you see, there are problems now. People want to vote anywhere they want to vote, but they must be informed that you people, you vote where we are resident. So if you find a drove of people going to a voting station where they are not registered, that creates a problem, because they will make a demand to vote there even though they don't qualify. So that be sorted out. And secondly, the people must be made aware of the need for democracy and the effect, and what effects that will have on their lives, on their future, and the future of their children. So you talk to the people in the leadership, just like in the rural area, there's a traditional leadership. If those people, starting from the tribal constable, the Induna, Ingosi, and the king, if those people are well versed with the system, with the voting system and so on, they can also volunteer the information about problems people are experiencing. And we attend to that. Because in the rural area, the gate is at the leader. If you rope the leader in, and they call the Imbizo, and send our officers or officials to address those people, they ask questions, give them credible answers, and the complaints they lodge, you work on them in such a way they see that something is happening. That will restore the confidence, because the confidence, public confidence in these things is not only what the person does. There can be, you find that the officials or the electoral staff, they do things differently. That will impact on the confidence negatively. And secondly, the perception on itself, when the people look at it and see that that kind of efficacy of the system is not there. But to bring it back, what to do must restore confidence. What you say, what you do, what you think of. Just like justice. They say justice must be done. Well, everybody can say that. But what one has to say, it must be seen to be done. It must be seen. The transparency, the efficacy, the impartiality of the system must be seen. Must not talk about it in the mouths.
Thank you. And just lastly, from my side, for record purposes, the Constitution requires that a commissioner appointed to the IEC must be a fit and proper person. Is there anything to your knowledge that you think would be a detriment to this requirement, which you would wish to declare?
There's nothing. Because if I have that thing, I would not be a judge by now. And since my days as an advocate, I didn't have anything which makes me not be a fit and proper person to be an advocate, as well as a judge. All these years I spent there, nothing has been found that I'm not a fit and proper person. I don't know now that can be talk of such a thing at this stage. To my knowledge, I don't know anything. The only thing I know is that I'm a fit and proper person, unless proved otherwise.
Thank you, Judge. That would be all from my side, CJ. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Just the previous question, not the last question of the PP, but the previous one. You explained very correctly what to do in rural areas, but you know that the majority of the voters are in urban areas and in cities and in townships. What would your contribution be in terms of that? Understanding how it's been done in the rural areas, but what about the urban areas? What will your contribution be?
Well, even in the urban areas, at the moment, I'm also running some traditional dances, even in the urban areas, where we gather a number of youth. So we have programs. We can utilize those people and the sports, various sports, soccer, soccer and any other sport. The lovers of the sport are the young people. So if you target those areas, you target schools, you target colleges, universities, they have got some activities and all those things, and see how to infuse the vision and the action of the commission. I think that's how you can have the people, even the older community there. Well, the situation may be different, but in my situation, it's not only that I spend my time in the rural area. I'm versatile in any way, because I stay in town. I have a home in the area. That's where I grew up. So I'm mixing the two. I'm more stronger than anybody else. I know both worlds, how to deal with the people. So that could be my contribution.
Thank you so much, Judge.
Yeah.
Earlier on, to a response to a question about the election, the Electoral Act, you made the point that there must be constant review of the legislation within. And you've earlier on said that you will also make a contribution of it. Have you identified those already, or will you, when you're there, that you'll identify and then we'll make that contribution?
Well, I have identified at least 3 of them. The first one is about, you see, Section 103 and Section 103A of the Electoral Act talks about the resolution of dispute, that the person charged with the may use conciliation to resolve that objection. And those objections arise mainly from those appeals and other things, what is pertaining to what is happening at the time, and procedures, etc. So, in order to curtail an alarming rate of these disputes, these sections can be amended to allow a full-fledged alternative dispute resolution mechanism, because the person who sits there as a mediator is facilitating the discussion between the two people, and each discloses where the shoe pinches. Then you know now how to resolve those things, rather than conciliation only. Because we find that these disputes, they give rise to litigation. You know, there's a lot of litigation around, and some will go forever. So you reduce the number. I don't say there'll be no litigation, there must be a litigation. But the number will be somehow reduced. And the people can reach an acceptable agreement, that's acceptable by parties. They are involved themselves and settle those problems. It's not that someone else was, the person who's there is assisting them to reach a common understanding and acceptable settlement to both parties. So if it needs be, it can go on also to arbitration, because arbitration is cheaper, education is cheaper, is fast and satisfying the parties in the way. So if that can be attended to by means of amending the legislation, if acceptable. The second one, though this is the second one, I may or may not refer to a particular section. But look at the IEC is positioned in such a way that is policing these political parties. But when it comes to come to the funding, even now it's not known how that is regulated, the manner they receive the funding, and whether it now, which is said, they must not exceed the threshold. But the threshold is not known. It's only this amendment, now Section 9 of the Amendment of 2024, saying that the president is within the discretion of the president. That is in a closed virtue anyway. If the president, if only the president can tell what the threshold is, what about the rest of the people there who must know? It means that's still in violation of Section 32 of the Constitution. Must be amended in the way that is open to the voting society. And also, that one, how the parties run their internal affairs, that must somehow legislated. Because at times they submit their constitution, and you find that later on they change the constitution. Nobody will see that it's still in accordance with what, according to the requirements. There's nobody will see that. But there must be a way of dealing with those things. Because firstly, creating the credibility, the credibility and judging the integrity of these parties to the voters, because they want to make choice. I want to vote so and so on, but I don't know this so and so is doing, how he or she handles the internal affairs. But if maybe have I known, I may have a different idea. So there, I think there must be some kind of a consideration or proposal whatsoever. With regard to this amendment, I've indicated this amendment is inadequate because still everything is around the president, so that it doesn't help anyway. So those are the areas so far I have indicated, I have identified in this short space of time. Maybe if you can give me 3 months, I will have a packet of them.
All right. We are nearing the end of your interview, Judge Matondo. Is there anything you wish to raise with us before we let you go?
Oh, yes. Just a little thing that my age may disturb some other people and tend to forget and overlook the experience, the knowledge, the qualification, and the contribution I may make, that people should not be carried away by youth only, but they must be carried away by sensible judgment.
Are you in good health, if I may ask?
As you say, Mayor Chief Justice.
All right. Well, on behalf of the panel, I wish to thank you for making yourself available for this important position. You will be advised of the results in due course. You know how it goes. But
Okay.
wishing you all the best, and thank you again.
Thank you.
You're excused.
You know, where did I come from? That's right. I found it here. Want me to take it to me?
Good morning, Judge Pillay. Okay. Long time. Are you well?
I am well. I hope you are as well.
I am.
Braving the weather.
Yes. It's not so bad today. Are you ready to start?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
I'll start with the introductions. I was trying to figure out if you know who we are. Maybe you don't know some of us. I'm chairing the commission.
Of course.
You and I have known each other for many years. Chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Supanya Mukhale, our public protector, Advocate Kaleka, and Mr. Nissen, who chairs
Hello.
the South African Human Rights Commission.
Yes.
Yeah. You've done this before, so it should go fairly smoothly.
I hope so.
You are a South African citizen,
Of course, yes.
and you don't hold a high or prominent position in a political party.
No.
What are your academic qualifications?
I have
know
four.
there are many, but take us through each one of them.
Okay. I have 4 degrees, and the last of which was a doctorate in law from the University of Pretoria. And the topic of my dissertation was moving litigation from dispute resolution to conflict management and problem solving. Then I have my LLB, which is another degree that I got after I joined the bench. The master's was in the gap between the ending of democracy, of apartheid, and the beginning of democracy. So there was a gap to do something useful with my time, and then the B Proc, which I got eventually, and quickly as I possibly could to start earning a living. And then there are a number of certifications in writing. More recently, the IEC put us through a training session to manage media. It was a 2-day session, which was very useful. Then I have certificates in legal writing. I'm a trainer in writing. And of course, one of the earliest certifications was in constitutional law from the University of Natal, as it then was. My professional, may I proceed, CJ?
Yeah.
My professional qualifications, of course, I started practice as an attorney with articles in 1979, and then became a PA to 2 law firms in Durban, one of which was Mogam Mudlia, who was a Human Rights Commission practitioner at the time, and the chairperson at the time, who is now retired. Her name just escapes me, but I think you know who I'm talking about. But whilst I was an attorney, I became an appropriate dispute resolution practitioner with qualifications as an arbitrator, mediator, trainer, facilitator, and so on. Through the auspices of EMSA, Independent Mediation Services of South Africa, and those experiences and my experiences as a labor law practitioner got me into the drafting committee to draft the Labor Relations Act, which also then means that I have experience in legislation, drafting legislation. But also these qualifications and experiences in appropriate dispute resolution holds me in good stead as a commissioner, has done so in the past, and I'll explain as I go along. I've had some interesting encounters in the last 3 or 4 years. I was roped into being the advisory committee to domesticate international law on people with disabilities. The draft went out for public comment at the end of last year, and we are in the process of pulling that together through the South African Law Reform Commission. The International Labour Organization assigned me to a commission of inquiry, and this was started while I was still on the bench in KwaZulu-Natal. And then just before that, I was asked to chair a technical committee on whistleblowers by the ILO. I'm an executive director on the Democratic Governance and Rights Unit, one of the entities that nominated me for this position. I am now the vice chairperson of Cancer, which is a non-profit, and my work there is entirely voluntary. And then, of course, I was appointed as a commissioner to the Electoral Commission in 2018, just as I ended my term as an acting judge in the Supreme Court of Appeal. Shall I pause there for any questions?
Yeah,
Chair?
and you were in that position until now.
Yes. I must say that the first 3 or 4 years as a commissioner, I was an apprentice, I think. A newbie learning the ropes. You can read the legislation, but there's so much more to it. The human experience of elections, both as somebody who runs the elections and manages it, and someone who votes on the other end. Excuse me. So it's actually more recently.
Take your time.
Hotter than I expected. So, as a judge in office and as a commissioner, I managed that because by getting time out from the JP to attend all the commission meetings, to get time out to for about a month or so before elections, in order to prepare for elections. So when we're in season, I was more or less full time with the commission. That was mostly it. Then, in 2023, January, I retired. That is after 23 years of service on the bench. And it was also a time when all these other responsibilities were gelling. But more importantly, I took the time, I took the retirement option at that time, well, having completed 23 years, and also because it was possible, I was able to do it. But I had planned to complete my postdoctoral work, which was on ice, and I must say it's still on ice. But that was the plan to take the early retirement so that I could have a clear runway to sit and write and think. But also, while I was a judge, I did my work, and the JP was considered to give me, assign me more criminal work, which allowed me to manage my diary better. But nevertheless, it meant that I do a day's work in court, come out of court, do whatever else is necessary in chambers, and then at 10 o'clock at night, you start working on the IEC correspondence. And as it gets closer to elections, the correspondence just generates. So, for the IEC to get more attention, it was necessary for me to extricate myself from a number of other things. Can I continue?
Yes, if there's more.
All right, so that's basically the background to my professional qualifications and how I came into the IEC in the initial days. But before I go on to what I did in the IEC, let me highlight, Chair, Chief Justice, that this is a tough job. And it takes not just a law degree or any number of law degrees. You need to have good health because you need stamina for long nights without sleep. When you have to deal with objections, 24 hours, 36 hours without sleep, and you have to be very attentive.
That should not have been a problem for you coming from the bench. That's our life.
Well, in the middle of the night, it's a struggle, and you have to build in mechanisms to cope. Long haul flights, there are many and often. So, to be able to do all of that, you also have to be technologically competent. And it means more than being able to open your laptop and send or receive emails. The last few pieces of litigation we had against us was highly technical, and it required us to understand how our technology works, what systems we have, what's doable, what's not. Doesn't mean that we all have to become programmers, but we need to understand how, for instance, the online candidate nomination systems work, how the VMD, the voter management devices work, to be able to defend ourselves when those processes are under attack. And I did mention that dispute resolution skills is vital. And here I'm speaking not just as a practitioner in that field, but also as a litigant. We have to have a bit of, well, a huge dose of humility. We have to have very thick skins. The attacks of you, as you might have been aware, have been vicious, ad hominem, and also institutional. And when do we defend ourselves? How do we defend ourselves? Is very critical to whether we escalate the conflict or whether we de escalate and mitigate. And always remembering that we're a service to the stakeholders, the political parties, and the voters, and not to alienate ourselves or compromise our integrity in the course of and in the ways in which we intervene. So, my election management experience, initially I was drawn into or assigned to the Election Management Committee, which is really the engine room of elections. It deals with everything about elections, from the preparation of the voters' roll, going out and having voters, voter registration weekends, the by-elections, registration of candidates, um, then the objections to both the voters' roll, the candidates, litigation about the elections. So it really is the engine room of elections. And then when Commissioner Love, her term came to an end, which was about April 2023, then I was assigned two of her committees. The first was the political funding committee and the outreach and international relations committee. The other component of that committee, the research and knowledge management, at the time was under the chairpersonship of Dr. Masuku. But now I chair both the outreach and the research committees. So what does this committee do? It, as its name suggests, we're involved in outreach work, education and communication, information sharing, the media. We reach out to the universities, to the students, to the to the schools. Our schools democracy program is huge. And of course, we do international travel and observations. So what did I innovate in that committee? As it may be your experience as well, but whenever there's international travel, there's a lot of interest from staff and commissioners, and it becomes an area of contestation and competition as to who should qualify. So one of the things that I introduced was to achieve accountability, transparency, and predictability. I introduced a system of scheduling. So every invitation we get, it's on a schedule. Which commissioner or which staff member traveled is put onto that schedule, and so on. So everybody is aware of who's traveled, who's due to travel, and there's the perception that one is being left out or anyone else is being favored is put in abeyance. In the course of that, we also divided the schedule into Africa-wide travel and travel beyond the continent, and so the schedule is designed on that basis. But the other insistence from my side was that people who travel must report. And although this might have been a requirement, it wasn't as emphasized as I did, because there were people who were not reporting. And there's a column on the schedule of those who do report. So if you've put in your report, it shows up. And if you haven't put in a report, it tells and holds the people accountable for their report. And reporting, of course, is a PFMA and Treasury requirement. If you're spending public money, you've got to account for it. So that is the other committee that I've been involved in. The political party funding, I was there for a short while and chaired that committee. And when Janet Love returned, she resumed her chairpersonship of that committee. There wasn't too much to innovate at that time with this committee. It was a very short period, but we did look at and the discussion about having a political party funding conference germinated during my time and matured earlier this year in Cape Town. So, of course, I've been involved in 3 elections, and with the elections go a number of public events, stakeholder meetings, media briefings. We also have to engage with the State President's Office, the Department of Home Affairs, and International Relations, and also with local government, COCTA. So there's also meetings with international observers. I omitted to mention that part of OCI, the outreach committee, is to manage the system of observers, which is huge in South Africa. We had over 200 observers at the last elections. So we've got an online system where people apply, put up their constitutions, and it's my responsibility to sign off on whether they comply with the requirements or not. It's done online, and which is also another reason why one needs to be tech savvy to be able to do all of that. And increasingly, we're moving in that direction. The first judges' conference that the IEC hosted, I initiated in partnership with the Democratic Governance and Rights Unit. It was one of those Montfleur events. And now the second one is in the pipeline for later this year. So it's planned to be a bigger conference than the one that we've had previously. I've had 10 observer missions, Africa and abroad, in 7 countries and 4 continents, plus the Maldives, which I don't think falls into any continent, but in the region. And what do I learn from these observations? Chief Justice, it's well, there are many learnings. Let me start with a comparison with our observation system and the observation system of other countries. Our observation system is, as I explained, you apply, you get, if you're approved, you're in. And then we have a briefing of our observers. But our observers are free to choose what they observe, where they go, who they speak to. So it's not a visitors program as such. It is a proper observation. And the IEC facilitates all the logistics to enable them to reach these, their points of interest. Increasingly, elections are becoming volatile, not just well, let me say South Africa had a very peaceful election last year. The incidents of violating the code and so on has dropped phenomenally. And the one that we did take up to court resulted in the prosecution and imprisonment of the people found guilty. But otherwise, the complaints were fewer than in the past and certainly quite peaceful. Some of the other countries, that hasn't been the case. We have a code of conduct. Not every jurisdiction has a code or implements it in the way that we do. So those are good things that we do. I must say, and if I may boast a bit about our commission, it's a world-class organization.
Well, maybe let's just pause there. You describe the commission as world class, and you describe last year's elections as, well, to paraphrase, smooth. But for someone who says we observed elections that were beset by voter apathy, and a host of, not few, a host of complaints about the efficacy of the commission's processes, which ended up in court. Many of us spent sleepless nights for almost 2 months, if not longer, and most of those cases, concerned the manner in which the IEC had conducted its conducted the elections. I would like you to tell me, or you speak of learnings which you have gained from the elections at home and all these places you visited on observer missions. But how exactly? I mean, let me just lump up this question into what the other one I wanted to ask you after this one. You are asking for literally a second bite at the cherry, and we have experienced these issues I'm talking about. Now, what would these learnings you speak of, if anything, would help to improve the recent troubles we had in the last election in May of 2024.
Thank you.
I mean, put simply, what new insights, what new perspectives, what new skills would you be bringing if you are reappointed?
Chair,
Yes, please.
to CJ. I think I was at that point, and thank you. I was saying that we're a world-class organization. Partly why we're a world-class organization is because we have a multi-layered checking system. So for every electronic step we take, we have a hard copy, we have a backup, we have a database. So the VMD fails, you've got a voter's roll that's in the hard copy. When you cast your ballot, there are party agents in attendance. When the votes are counted, party agents are there, but there's a double entry system of the results sheet onto the computer system. So when you enter the first round, the screen clears, you enter second round. If there's a discrepancy, it shows up. Then it goes through an audit process. And we have auditors who are appointed independently. They've got nothing to do with our staff. That audited result, I'm just giving a shortened version of the process, goes into several data banks. And when it is cleared up of all contestation, it shows up on the leaderboard. And when it goes onto the leaderboard, everybody gets it, the media, the political parties, and everybody. So it's a multi-layered system to minimize the risks of miscounting or and to be accountable and to be transparent as possible in the process. Oh, and also to safeguard ourselves, our data from cyber attacks, which we must do. Then the other part of the commission is that it's a learning organization and it self-corrects. So the mistakes that we had in 2019 don't exist anymore. The indelible ink is not an issue. Ballot papers not being distributed enough or on time didn't arise in the last elections. Why? Because we have, for instance, the VMD, which is voter management device, which records, and one of the apps applications is about ballot distribution. So let me digress a bit to explain what this VDM is all about, the voter management device. It's like a cell phone, in other words. It's a device which has apps, applications. And on this device, there are 5 applications. And 4 of them work magnificently. I mentioned the ballot tracking. The other is opening and closing of of voting stations. Now, that is no longer a problem. It might have been in sporadic places in 2019. So that's also an issue that we've managed to resolve. Let me go to the parts that troubled voters and our stakeholders. The first was the long queues. The long queues were not that many. Of course, the media does report that there were many long queues, but in the total scheme of things, our annual report actually gives you the numbers. They weren't that many, but if you don't believe us, look at the HSRC, the Human Sciences Research Council's voter satisfaction survey. People who stayed even for 2 hours were not anti the IEC, were still concerned about casting their votes and the criticism. There was some empathy for the IEC. That's still not a basis for us to sit on our laurels. So the first thing is, part of the problem was that the voter management device did not work optimally. What happened to it was that it was tested, stress tested beforehand. But just remember, we had less than a month to prepare for these elections. The amendments to the legislation were passed on the 5th of May, came into operation on the 8th of May, and by the end of that month, we were running an election. So our systems had to be jacked up very quickly. The stress testing we did as best we could, but on voting day, when there was a flood of searches simultaneously, that single thread could not manage the load. And so when it timed out, when the entries timed out, they continued to save the same voters' information. As a result, the entire service on that app alone was slowed down. And then the backup kicked in, which was the hard copy. And hence, in some places, the queues were long. And yes, we could do better, and that's definitely one of the things that we on our agenda. Also, we had complaints about some of our voting staff at the stations not handling the situation as well as they were trained to. So you're probably aware that we've attracted a lot of criticism for using teachers, not using people who are unemployed. And we've now come to realize that unless we have people who have some leadership, managerial skills at the voting station, who are able to assert themselves and manage powerful people who sometimes impose themselves at the voting station, and who are able to manage any conflicts, but also know the systems well. We are going to relook at the recruitment. Let me just say on recruitment, nobody gets recruited without all the political parties and the public having a say. There's a short list of potential staff, and we employ over 200,000 on voting day. And that is a huge number of people to ensure that every human being is doing what every human being is supposed to do. And as you know, where there's human beings and where there's also technology, something slips between the cracks. And on a percentage basis, one has to look at the flaws. And certainly, we will self-correct even on that score. Already, we've commissioned work on the VMD to increase the number of threads. And the litigation. Chief Justice, we had 87 cases in 2024. We won all of them, election related. I'm not talking about labor and all of that. Election related, save for two that are currently on appeal. The one is that we lost, related to whether voting abroad can be conducted before high commissioners or before at venues where there isn't a recognized presence of a consular or consular service. And that, I think, is before I know that it is before the Supreme Court of Appeal. The second is a case in which the Electoral Court found in our favor, and there's an application for leave to appeal to a higher court. Not sure whether it's the Supreme Court of Appeal or the Constitutional Court, but the paperwork is still underway. The pleadings are still working its way across, and that is one of the cases which deals with the technology quite extensively. So, as you can see from the number of cases that we've had, that this institution doesn't escape the lawfare in the negative sense of that, in which that word is sometimes used. It is a terrain of war, and we have to defend our institution as best we can.
You've listed a number of qualities as critical survival skills for this job: vigor, good health, ability to bend both ends of the candle all at once, and the wisdom of Solomon. Are you telling us that you possess these qualities?
Yes, CJ, with all humility. I think practicing yoga and qigong are part of the survival skills. Maintaining good health, generally exercising regularly is part of that.
You were a modern dance teacher in your past life. I saw that in your CV.
Oh, yeah.
So you've always been active.
I had those opportunities, and besides, I had to earn a living teaching dance in the early days. I think 1975 or so.
What would you say to someone, and I have to ask this because these issues do arise, what would you say to someone who says, you've had your 6 years and some odd in the commission, you're not so young, would it not be an opportune moment to give someone younger a chance?
Chief Justice, I think that would be an ideal to strive for going forward. But as I pointed out, to be a judge full-time, and I'm assuming a young person is going to be a full-time judge, and to do this job is quite challenging. Increasingly, the litigation is proliferating. But now is the time for me to give back all this investment that the IEC has made in me. I mean, these training skills that we're exposed to, the briefings by experts, by the HSRC, the overseas trips, and so on. It's time to give back, and it would be, well, I would have to rechannel it if I'm not appointed into academic work and so on. But I think I am at the right place, and I'm fit and able to do this until a younger person and someone else is able to step into the shoes. And Chief Justice, we have to look for that person.
Thank you, Judge Pillay. I will now hand over to my colleagues to put questions to you if they have any, starting with Mr. Nielsen over there.
Thank you, CJ. With your experience at the IEC, and the question was asked, what can you improve, and what can you chop and change, or what will make the IEC more efficient? And one of the issues is around voter education, and because that also leads to the apathy of voters and so on. So is there room for improvement in that? And what would you bring to improve that voter education?
Thank you, Dr. Nissen. And Chief Justice, I realize I didn't answer part of your question, and that is the low voter turnout, which I'm going to deal with now. So let those figures speak for themselves. With learners, last election, we reached over 200,000 learners. University and TVET colleges, we reached over 20,000. We harvested less than 5,000 registered voters from the colleges. So what happened? We did our job in terms of reaching out. We made available the voter registration system. in terms of getting youth votes. Part of the going on to an online voter registration system was to attract that constituency as well, and it worked. It worked as best as we could, because many of the online registrations came from the youth, and we did harvest more than we expected. The numbers are available. So there's a big gap between what services we do and the responses. So we are looking at trying to make that more interesting. And yes, that is one of our projects. We take co-responsibility with the political parties for ensuring a high poll. We try to have 2 voter registration weekends, and in the past they cost about R500,000 each. So if we have budget, we could do more, but as you know, everybody is trying to work within budget, which is shrinking. Also, the low polls, we have target groups besides the youth vote. Oh, just on the youth vote also, you'll see our marketing materials. We use mainly youthful images, but we also have elderly people, and not to alienate them. But also we try to create vibey content to so that the youth actually are attracted by it. Going forward, our country and many other jurisdictions are shifting away from hard copy posters and billboards. They're far more expensive, and the amount of bang you get from those bucks is quite disproportionate, and you get a lot more at a better rate from social media, and we're on all the platforms, and of course that's where the youth play. We have a disability segment of our outreach work, and before every election and outside of it, we reach out. Our access to voting stations, voting materials, is as far as possible made accessible to as many differently abled people. And of course, the provinces hold Women's Day, and not only Women's Day events, but they have very significant outreach programs for women, to the extent that there was one that was
Oh, sorry about that, Judge Bilay. Carry on, please.
to the extent that there's one that's been running, I'm told, for about 11 years, and I was invited last year. But women paid their own way to attend. And it was so inspiring. And I'm just saying that people taking responsibility for their lives. And one of the contributors who came straight off the floor to speak, and her message was etched in my memory, is that good manners, that's what we need to instill in our children and our young people, and amongst all of us. Good manners, respect for each other and for our differences. So it was a memorable event, and so the outreach programs are multifaceted. It's a huge part of our budget. Have I answered both of you now?
Thanks, CJ.
Yeah.
You hinted now, said that, in doing benchmarking, that you using technology, and that maybe there will come a time that you do away with billboards, etc. But there are some places in the rural areas and other places where everybody doesn't have access to that. And even if they do have, it's sometimes you don't even have a reception in those areas. So how are you going to handle that?
Of course, we are sensitive to that, and also the HSRC surveys show us where the extent to which people have access to devices. And while most people do have devices or access to them, there are few, and also data and connectivity may be a problem. As I said, with a multi-layered service, there will be hard copies, there'll be in-person connections, there'll be voter education programs on the radios. The radio is a very big part of our education program and is increasingly so. And, having this media conference this year is building up that strategy of access to voters, to improve our communication systems, to be more user-friendly and less technical in for instance, in our communication.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Public Protector.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good morning, Judge Pillay.
Good morning, Advocate Kaleke.
The issue of voter apathy, it's been part of quite research and in writings post the last elections. Now, the IEC's role in our democracy is to strengthen constitutional democracy through delivering free and fair elections. But most importantly, this is also encompassed by safeguarding the foundations of democratic participation. In your view, do you think the voter apathy threatens this role of the IEC to strengthen our constitutional democracy?
Thank you, Advocate. I think the plummeting rolls is a threat to sovereignty, not just the IEC. I mean, if people don't vote. Chief Justice, in 1999, voter satisfaction was 65%. In the last elections, it plummeted to 25%. In the previous elections, we had a 63% voter turnout. In the last elections, it was 58%. It is a worry for everybody, not just the IEC. The IEC is doing what it is meant to do: educate, outreach, communicate, hold the voters, voter registration weekends. But we're not the only player in exciting people to get to the ballot box and to vote for the candidates of choice. So, as I mentioned, that we're a self-correcting organization too. And we never put our backs up when we take criticism from the portfolio committee, which we did last week, or from the media, or from the political party liaison committee, which is a consultative committee. We really seriously look at how better we can do this. So it's also not a concern for South Africa only. Polls are plummeting internationally. There is some revival in the Baltic region, where the threat to sovereignty is heightened by the Ukraine, Soviet Union, Russia contestation. But otherwise, voters are disaffected. And HSRC's survey attributes a good part of that to the lack of service deliveries, to the failure to deliver on the livelihood rights to water, housing, shelter, health, and so forth. So, unless people have a stake in the society and in the elections, their participation might be muted going forward. So it is a very, very real problem. Some jurisdictions have thresholds that you've got to have X percentage of voters so that you can declare an election valid. We don't have that. And in those jurisdictions, like Italy recently had to rerun its elections because it didn't meet that threshold. Thank you.
What's your view around the issue of the threshold? Do you think it's a reform that's required in our electoral system?
Well, I can only give a personal opinion because the Reform Commission is busy with its work. It might be early days to set such a threshold. We are still trying to the focus of this reform is essentially to democratize deeper, to enable independent candidates and voters possibly to have a more direct say in the representation. And it might be setting a threshold for minimum voter turnout might be something that a more sophisticated society would find useful.
Around the aspect of independent candidates, how do you think the playing fields can be leveled, considering that they be contesting amongst well-established political parties that have quite a following, funding, etc.? How do you think the issue of the independent candidates should be managed in order to ensure that they too have got a fair opportunity?
Thank you. Sorry. One of the things that the political funding law is aimed at is to provide some form of funding for qualifying independent representatives and political parties. And we were able to fund 15 of those representative political parties. But funding is not the only thing. But that is what is in our remit. That is what we can do. And it is although there's a flat rate, there's also a proportional element to it, all with the aim of achieving equity, meaning fairness, not necessarily equality, which is a different thing altogether. But, ultimately, voters will support candidates and parties in whom they have trust. We have humanitarian organizations, for example, who at the click of a finger are able to raise millions, and people see that the millions raised in 15 minutes is going directly to a borehole. And so if that kind of system is practice is implemented, I can't see why people won't support authentic leaders committed to the welfare of the livelihood rights of people, the voters. It can be done.
A last one from my side. I mean, you've alluded to the extensive research that you've done and best practices that you've been exposed to. What is your view around transforming the system into electronic voting and most probably to boost the voter turnout and most particularly around the youth?
Thank you. Let me say upfront, e-voting, electronic voting, is not on the agenda for the forthcoming elections. What we have started is what we must, and that is not to bury our heads in the sand and assume e-voting is not going to be something to deal with. We've had an international conference on e-voting. We have had experts. We've had talk us through the different options. We've had the content and app developers give us different options. That process is being consulted upon nationwide. Provinces are meeting with stakeholders going forward. And at the appropriate stage, once we've got the feedback, we will assemble the pros and cons and what might work best for us. Ultimately, it's a parliamentary question. It's a question for Parliament to decide on, and we would, as usual, advise on the pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages of particular systems, as we do in the past, minding our place as not being legislators, but as technical experts.
Thank you, CJ. That would be all from my side.
Right. Advocate Mohale?
Thank you, CJ. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Judge, I just wanted to. Thank you. Sorry. Good morning, Judge. Judge, I just wanted you to take us through. You have given a picture of an improved voting situation over the years, and to some extent, I would agree with you up to 2019. For 2024, my impressions were that the challenges were actually more than before. Voter apathy has already been mentioned, but you had situations where so many droves of people, because I monitored about 6 stations, were turned back because the machines would not pick up their IDs. Some would be told you are at the wrong station, you are supposed to be at this and this station. And a lot of the people who were being told that would say, where is that? I don't even know that place. So I think the capturing inside. And you had fewer boxes, for example, of those ballots. And that was causing confusion for party agents, because when you say this box is full, let's seal it. This one is bursting at the seams. Let's reseal that one that we had closed. It causes confusion. There was also challenges with regards to how far party agents go to ensure free and fair elections. I'll give you an example. When I come in and I say, I am blind, I'm here to vote for party A. I was at a station where party agents were debating that this person has got to tell them what she or he would like to vote for, and they watch the IEC person make that mark for them there. You see, and that takes away the free, fair, and confidentiality of the situation. And I can understand where party agents are coming from sometimes to say, how do we know that you will not go to B instead of A as expressed? So I think I'm just mentioning this to say, with growth that you guys are implementing, just make sure that the nuances of voting are also attended to. And I know it was the first time that you had not been using the teachers and other people. So it was a new cohort, and training was not up to scratch, from my side. Things like communicating with the municipality, for example, for traffic management. you had situations where the streets are so narrow that it becomes a almost like a taxi station where people are supposed to vote. Those were just some of the things. So maybe if you can give me your views. I know you are bursting your bubble in terms of that glossy picture that you gave us. How then have you responded to those?
Thank you for that. Let me deal with the voting station issues. As you correctly identify, a competent, experienced, confident presiding officer would be able to manage all those problems, would be able to call the local police, call the area manager, who is an IEC official, to intervene if that person. So to know what to do comes with the training and the caliber of the person that we employ. As far as disability is concerned, the ideal is if the person who has a disability is accompanied by somebody they trust. But if they don't, then the assistance of the staff would be available. And again, it's a matter of the training of the staff to be able to inform um, those assembled how people with disabilities must vote, and must be able to do it with confidence so that there isn't a debate. Yes, the other thing that we highlighted from this election was the Section 24 amendment that we effected. So this was the amendment that confines voters to vote at the places where they are registered. Now, this was done to counter double voting, which we experienced in the previous election. And we eliminated that problem for this election because we didn't have that problem. But what we recognize is that we needed to pump up the education and communication about voting in the area and in the voting station where you are registered. So that is a message that we needed to, and we will be emphasizing. But if it's any consolation, that the margin of error of spoiled ballots had actually dropped. I think it was 0.1% or 0.01% for this election, but it had dropped since the last election. So we didn't do too badly in terms of our systems. And the criticisms we have this year are far fewer than the ones that we've had in the past. Thank you.
Um, if you were to be reappointed, how would you approach the issue of regulation of independent candidates? In a country like ours, where being a political public representative, public representative has got the lowest requirement in terms of who should be. How would you regulate that so that we don't end up with a situation where you have, what can I say, a million, I know I'm exaggerating, individuals saying, I'm standing as a public representative? What measures have been put in place by the IEC? I know you guys were working on something, and yeah.
Chief Justice and Commissioners, it is a big problem. We had over 556 some odd parties registered in the last elections. It is a massive business of consulting and servicing that number of people. We had 14,000 candidates standing for elections to fill 887 posts, which means that we had over 13,000 people who were disappointed. I hope anyone aspiring to stand for elections will bear these numbers in mind when they do make their choices, because it's not easy. And we set thresholds for candidates to participate. Remember, it came to us so late. But what is the objective basis on which to set the threshold? And we based it on the voter registration, the past, and the number of seats in that legislature to get some objective understanding of what a candidate must achieve to qualify. Not many did. But you will remember also that the Constitutional Court ruled us out as on the registration requirement, and they dropped it to 1,000 voters to signify their support for a candidate, which of course was another adjustment that we had to make later on. But it's a costly business, and it's sad that people who don't win a seat lose their deposits. So unemployment is rife. Maybe that's where the solution lies, is to give people a stake in the economy at some level so that going to parliament doesn't seem the option of last resort.
CJ, just last one. Yes. I just want to find out what measures, if you were to be returned as a commissioner, you would recommend be put in place for the emerging parties and independent candidates to account for the funding that they get. We read in the papers huge monies, huge amounts that had been given to individuals and parties. And up to now, I think South Africans have never had any of those come back and say, of the so many millions, this is how I used it. But why I'm saying South Africans is because all that is apportioned and made available in the name of South Africans to strengthen democracy.
Thank you. Well, the party funding law sets thresholds. Beyond 100,000, you must disclose a donation to that effect. There's thresholds about what money you can receive from foreign governments and their agencies, not more than 5 million. And there's also thresholds of what you can receive from any single individual or entity. That is 15 million, but Parliament has decided to increase that to 30 million. Also, the 100,000 has been doubled by Parliament recently. So those are the disclosure amounts. Political parties must also disclose in their accounting to the IEC what other monies that fall below the threshold that enter their bank accounts. But a concern for you, as for all of us, is and should be, is what money goes through the paper bags, the brown paper bags. Now, it's hard to detect that. What money is spent in vote buying, which is illegal internationally, but it's happening. Getting the proof of that is hard. The IEC is meant to be able to investigate the funding of political parties, particularly those that go below the radar. We don't have an investigative unit that is so capacitated as to be able to undertake these forensic kind of investigations that is required. We have a unit which is established in terms of the Act, but mainly its responsibilities are to administer the fund, make sure that it pays according to the formulas and so on. So that aspect of party funding and independent candidate representation needs to be bolstered by for instance, a dedicated forensic unit within the South African Police Services that would monitor not only party funding, but there are several violations of electoral laws that we need some expertise on. And the only enforcement we have is to declare it an offense, prosecution, charges, and people paying fines are going to jail. Otherwise, we become quite toothless. We did that with the double voting, and we stopped it. One of the things that the forensics could do is a forensic investigation, is to look at what is disclosed both to the IEC in terms of the minimums, but also what is actually spent. So if a political party or independent candidate is spending like hundreds of thousands on a speaker for a mass rally, buses, food parcels, and there's a disconnect between what's spent and what is disclosed, that's cause for an investigation. But it needs footwork. Yeah, so a lot escapes us, but as you know, we're 4 years into the practice of that law, and we're not at the end of it, we're just beginning to bolster that. And hopefully we have a forensic unit established within the IEC with a budget to match.
Yeah, so all that said, you would agree that there's lots of room for improvement for the commission.
Oh, yes, Chief Justice.
Yeah. All right. Anything you'd like to raise with us before we excuse you, Judge Pillay?
I'm assuming you've been through my CV, and I don't need to take you through the
Yes.
parts that I haven't
Yes.
taken you through. Otherwise, there's nothing that I wish to add, and I thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to cover all the important bases.
Well, thank you for making yourself available. We appreciate it.
Chief Justice, I haven't seen this file before, and if people said bad things about me, I don't know about
No
it.
one has said anything at all, actually. So you're a neutral candidate insofar as that is concerned.
Can I take this file with me so I can see what was said? Thank you.
All right. All right. You're excused. I'm scared to say your name because I'm almost sure I'll mangle it. How do you pronounce it? At least the first half.
Good morning, Chief Justice. Good morning to the panel members. Chaplog
Oh, Chaplock. All right. Chaplock Law.
and Low.
All right.
Thank
Got
you.
it. All
In the
right.
olden days, you remember there used to be Chappies bubble gum. So it's that Chappies.
All right. Are you well otherwise?
Thank you very much. I'm well.
Good.
Yourselves?
No, we're good.
Thank
Just
you.
sorry to keep you waiting. You know how it is with these things. We took longer than we had anticipated with the first two
Well, you're
candidates.
doing a good job. So, well,
Glad to hear that. Okay, let's get right to it. This is not your first bout with a panel of this nature, so you know how things go, pretty much.
no, it's not my first bout, but
Yeah.
every experience obviously is
It's
different.
different, of course. Now we'll be gentle
So we
with
hope.
you. So I have Advocate Sipanye Mukhale on my right. She's the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Public Protector Galeka on my Advocate Galeka on my immediate right, and the chair of the Human Rights Commission on the far end, Mr. Nissen.
Thank
We
you.
will take rounds questioning you in the usual course, me starting, of course, to lay the groundwork. So, are you a South African citizen?
I am indeed.
Do you hold any position of importance in political party?
Never have, still don't.
You were a member of the UDM, though. But that was not a political party.
The UDF.
Did I say UDF? Oh, but the
Yes, you said
UDF. That's what I meant.
UDF. It was a movement.
Yes. All right. What academic qualifications do you hold?
I have an LLB and I have a BA in political science, which is made up of political science, philosophy, economics, and law.
And you are an advocate in the High Court of
I am
the
admitted,
Republic.
yes.
Okay. Are you practicing?
No, I'm not practicing.
Okay. What do you do?
Up and until very recently, if 2022 is recent, I worked at the Electoral Commission for a number of years, 26 years, I think in total, more or less there. And prior to that, after the liberation in 1994, I left the corporate world where I was working, and I then started working at it was called the Independent Broadcasting Authority at the time, but these days it's called something different. And after that stunt, I then worked part-time at the then IEC, and subsequently went there on contract when we were winding down the 1994 operation, and stayed there until the age of compulsory retirement.
So, what exactly did you do in the commission?
My skill set, I think, in the beginning, coming from the corporate world, was more in finance. And at the time of the winding down or winding up, that was the skill that I could use to get myself into the Electoral Commission. So I then became, or I found myself in the Directorate of Financial Management, and we then were involved with the wrapping up and the audit of the 1994 operation. Subsequent to that, I stayed in the same portfolio, but we became a very small group under Justice Krichler that then started the setting up of the now Independent Electoral Commission. I still continued after I was appointed on the permanent staff in the Directorate of Finance. So I was the first to start the finance department per se. Went on to a role within the Electoral Commission that I took on to look after party funding. Subsequent to looking after the initial party funding, setting that up with political parties, etc., I moved over after the restructuring that happened in 2002 or around there. I then moved over to the budget management cycle. It linked also into work that I did in finance at the beginning as we were setting up, where I was part of a team that looked after the very initial budget for the now in Electoral Commission. I then set my sights on the ambition to work in law. And I had advocated within the commission to really just have an opportunity to go into the section, the law and legal section. However, it wasn't to be. Advocate Lakula felt that she could put my skills to better use to put me into the establishment of an independent internal audit function. That too was a first, although we've had internal audit before. We had a consultant doing it for the Electoral Commission, and she had, like me, believed that there were to be changes in the way the structure for that unit worked. And I then took office there around 2007, I think, and stayed there until I retired.
So, in your view, these skills you mentioned put you in a good place to transition into being a commissioner, which is a different ball game altogether.
Altogether, it's not just very different. I think that it is requiring almost, I could say, a better grip of what it means to be working in policy space, oversight space. Now, in my work as the chief audit executive at the time, I was also responsible for the audit committee. That's an independent statutory body. And in that space, of course, you start training members of the audit committee and get them to understand their role, how different it is from the administration, how they liaise, of course, with your accounting officer, and how they then liaise also with the commissioners. So within that three-way split for myself, having to report to each one of them as part of the persons or bodies or structures that I was reporting to, it became important to understand how different those spaces operate. I do also have had a diploma in corporate governance, which is one of the first when it came into the country some years ago, and we started with the first King 1 report, etc. That set me up quite nicely to then understand how to delineate the skill sets and also the space of policy making and oversight away from implementation. Now, being in the audit space as internal audit already gives you that move away from administration, because your role is not to implement. Yours is more to evaluate and assess and report on how improvements can be made in terms of the service delivery element to deliver on the mandate. So already in that role, I was away in some sense from the administration and implementing body. And I think in all that I've learned and experienced in that time, given also my cross-cutting skills, it does place me in a good position to now be able to move into the policy space. Perhaps just to also say that for my sins, I've always found myself in spaces and preferred, apologies, to start something. So I've been initiating programs, even within the IECs, I've said, starting with setting up some of the structures that was there, finance, budgeting, and party funding, as it was at the time, and then independent internal audit. I'm not great at maintenance. That's not my thing. So I always look forward to opportunities where I can go and make a difference, change where change is necessary, enhance where enhancement is necessary.
Speaking about change and enhancement, with this experience you say you have and the insights you would necessarily possess from having been in the electoral space all these years, what areas would you say the commission needs to improve its operations, its processes on, if any things could be perfect? I don't know, you tell me.
Chief Justice, that's a tall order. I don't think in this world where we are all human beings that things can be really perfect. I think there's always that margin of error. And as much as we always try our best, and certainly the IEC as an organization has been working very hard at improvement. I mean, if we cast our eyes back to, as this permanent body now, the first elections that we've run, and how far we've come. Yes, admittedly, there were lots of court cases that pushed us in certain directions, etc., etc. But it still was income for the organization to make changes, to look at improvements, etc. Having said that, I think that the IEC is faced always with improving the experience of the voters out there, the electorate. Their experience when they come and they participate in the election machinery. The IEC must work with political parties and political actors. We now have independents on the land, also in the participation space. And their experiences from the start, where they register as parties, where they enlist as candidates, and the same with our electorate when they come to register, when we teach them about voter education, and the ultimate experience that they have at the voting station. Those are all areas in that value chain that leaves us with opportunities to improve. Now, in the 2019 local government election, of course, there were quite a few complaints. We had some unfortunate attempts at people trying to commit voter fraud. And we had problems with the technology that were introduced rather shortly before that particular election. In the 2024 election, there were still murmurings about the electronics or the VMDs that were failing. There were complaints about long queues, etc., etc. Of course, the 2024 elections became just a different ball game when we looked at all the litigation that happened. But that aside, I believe that there's opportunity for us to change and to enhance voter experiences. And I will really focus maybe just on the long queues, etc. I've read somewhere and also on TV that the chief electoral officer said that he has a dream that, we could, as the Electoral Commission, say to people that you will not spend longer than 30 minutes in a queue if you have to queue. Now, I think that is an excellent dream. If I can really say something, I think that is a challenge that the Electoral Commission must grab with both hands. And that opportunity we already start to mine when we look at by-elections, how we manage them, how we improve, etc., etc. And we are very much assisted in that space because through every election, we have observer missions and they come, they go about voting stations, they look at areas where they can really note There are opportunities for improvement. They write reports. Those reports come back to the Electoral Commission. Similarly, the Electoral Commission also holds debriefing sessions with staff. Even the regional staff that we get during the elections, there is regional debriefings. They do it on a district level. They consolidate that into provincial debriefing sessions. And all those provinces write reports. They reflect. They encourage to be open and honest about areas of improvement. That goes into a national debriefing session where, together with the observer reports, the organization then starts looking at, okay, how do we, going forward, make these improvements? Within all of that sits many suggestions where we can now start, as we go into the next phase where we have by-elections, start introducing all of those things. This has happened to a large extent. But as I've said, there's always room for improvement. I think certainly the focus for the IEC is, as it is or should be for most of us in this country, is that we have to work harder at getting an improvement in participation rates. And just on that score alone, I think I can say a lot about having to enhance how this experiences for the electorate at voting station level must happen, and otherwise. Now, of course, when we talk about participation, we are focused on the youth because they are our future. There's nothing we can deny about that. Getting them engaged and improvement there is very pertinent to not just to the Electoral Commission now, but to our health as a country, to really just consolidating this democracy even more. Technology, I think there is a lot of room there for us to still improve. It remains a very costly exercise, whichever way you look at it, but it is necessary. At the IEC, ICT or IT is a strategic function. It is the backbone, really, of elections. So how that functions, I think, small complaint that's been coming through with the VMDs or the voter management devices not working is something that disturbs the organization because it's the backbone of how the infrastructure is working for us to get the election results through, etc. I think I'll stop there because otherwise we'll be later than usual.
No, I'll save my other questions for later if my colleagues don't ask them.
Thank you.
Public protector.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, Advocate Chaploklo.
Good afternoon, Advocate Khaleka.
You seem passionate about the technological part and effect, and that being the backbone of running elections. And you've also touched around re-engaging the youth. How do you think the IEC can reform its infrastructure around technology as a tool to re-engage the youth?
I think the first thing maybe just to acknowledge is that the infrastructure and technology platforms that the IEC has been using is reviewed almost throughout continuously, but certainly after every election. There's quite a big scale look at where improvements are needed, how they are needed, etc. There's been a lot of talk, if I must say, where I think technology should be focused to take us. My passion is for electronic counting, simply maybe because of my experiences within the auditing. that we make that to be a bit more smoother, more technology infused. But certainly we cannot escape the call and the focus that we should be giving in a more proactive way to electronic voting as well. What is a bit challenging when we look at that particular element of electronic voting is that we need to consider and be mindful of the fact that South Africa is still very much an unequal society. We do not have the level of coverage that we would like to have throughout the whole area of this country. Obviously, in urban areas, we become spoiled and we almost take it for granted that we do have fast internet and we can use our phones, without having to wait for hours for it to download, etc., etc. But that, unfortunately, is not the average experience for every South African. In our rural areas, we are battling still with that. On the other hand, we are still learning to become tech savvy as users. Obviously, when I want to say older generation, I must smile and say I must count myself there. But I'm sure there are others that are outside the norm. If I look at my mother, she's very good using her cell phone. She can do what she needs to do. She has a Facebook profile, etc. I think she's more proficient than I am in that space. But generally, it is a problem, I think, for all sectors in the society to be able to be that literate in such a medium. We certainly also, in terms of electronic voting, still, I believe, as a country, need to work on our trust. Political parties needs to trust the system. Ourselves as voters need to trust that this will be a safe way for us to do it. And I will use the example with myself initially being very, very suspicious of telephone banking. And when you read, how many scams there are, etc., we always are nervous, especially with our older generation and their limited SASSA funds that some or other thing can go wrong. So the question remains, when you do go that route, how do you, before you go there, take the country along so that you actually don't have a trust deficit? That, I think, is going to put us onto a path where I would say we need to work towards that trust being high enough that our systems as the IEC will be able to be trusted for an element of electronic voting. I have more confidence when I talk about electoral counting. For me, that is something that is a bit more doable, more achievable in the short term. Costly, yes. And of course, we need to take the contenders and the actors, political actors with us. We need to also work at getting the electorate to understand how the system will work, and their transparency is the key. I think it's a possibility. Again, I would say it's something that if we do get political buy-in, that we can really pilot again with our by-elections, maybe in a two-thronged approach where you still keep the old system and you test it alongside with the counting that then happens electronically. But certainly those are the two areas where I think electronically and in ICT that can take us as Electoral Commission forward. You've asked about the youth. Okay. The space where young people operate in is within social media. There's no two ways about it. I look at my granddaughter, she's 5 now, and there's a battle to try and keep her away from a phone and whatever else she can, see on the phone and the programs they have for children that age, etc., etc. But it's natural. That's almost like it's inborn, if I can make that silly comparative. It's the way of the future. It's where things are going. It's expensive for political parties to be doing posters, etc., etc. So most of them we've seen and I've experienced over the last 2 elections, definitely. There's an upswing in them sending you messages, promoting themselves, of course, that you can vote for them and so on through social media channels. That goes from Facebook presence to your Twitter and X and Instagram and all of that, but simply WhatsApp. You get inundated by messages coming through from political parties through your WhatsApp. And of course, I'm sure that the information regulator will have something to say about, how that happens. But there's opportunity there. There's opportunity for the IEC, and I know that those channels are being used. But certainly for us perhaps to consider that more and more of our voter education material are channeled through those particular mediums. Perhaps, and maybe I'll be unpopular for saying this, the IEC has always battled with the window for campaigning where even the day of elections, people or the parties or the political actors outside of the voting station still harass people, if one can say that. But perhaps if we get to a stage where we can say it stops at some time or during the electoral timetable, there can be a window assigned where the IEC can have the freedom and basically command that space. Again, I think the information regulator will have to assist and help us in that space, but I see a wonderful opportunity. I see an opportunity. I definitely don't have the stats of how many of 63 odd million, the voting age in that 63 odd million population that we do have access to cell phones, but I do think that's the way to go. It's easy, it's accessible, you have it. We have to work at making data for those kinds of messaging possible. I know that at some point the IEC had looked at working together with the big operators, and we looked at having almost like I think they call it a USSD, where you can just go and have an option list, but also to not make people that use those information sessions pay for the data, that they can do it free of charge. That would help us to disseminate more and more information. As we start the campaign for voter education, which generally the idea was as we taper down with the election going to results, at some point we will come back and upscale how we go with voter education so that there's not a space within the timeline where you have nothing. We should always, as the IEC, occupy that space, be it with focus on the election that's coming or preparing people to understand elections.
You sound more of a propellant, as you said, as well, for e-counting. What safeguards would you then recommend be put in place to ensure security, credibility, transparency, and most importantly, confidence into the system?
Counting as it stands now, already in the manual sense, already has a lot of those factors that is taken into account. The IEC is responsible for putting the mechanisms there, the voting station, the ballot papers, all of the logistics that go with it, the ballot boxes, etc. However, the reliance on the presence in a voting station throughout the voting procedure, the voting day per se, and the counting that follows after, is reliant on political parties, agents that become the eyes and ears, that give us that necessary trust that we need in the system, so that it's not just the election staff that is there with those particular documents that are very critical. Observers have access to get into the voting station. The observer missions that I still understand, it is the same, that they choose where they need to go. They don't come to the ISC and then they are told you go here or you can't go there. They are free to choose where they're going. Some of them are international. But in essence, within your voting station, there is those eyes and ears of political parties that the IEC relies on to be the ears and to make sure that they are happy with the processes as they happen. There's various ways that they can object. Obviously, if they're not happy with something that happens in the station, when the station closes, normally that's, I know, where political parties have a big interest to make sure that the IEC makes good on its legal requirement to service everybody that's in the queue as at the time when the voting station closes. And then as the count happens, it's in their presence. There is sometimes debate about whether a spoiled vote is a spoiled vote. That is resolved at the time between political parties and the presiding officer. I'm made to understand that this time around, the IEC is actually given additional staff during counting just to counter the fatigue factor, that there was a bit of fresh blood that could come in. But in essence, when that result slip is produced, it is required that the political party agents that are there sign off with the presiding officer. That attests to what that result is. A copy of that result slip is also pasted, if it's possible, or shown publicly outside of the voting station. And it's then put into tamper-proof envelopes, per se, and together with the rest of the voting material gets escorted under police guard to get to where the actual capturing of the results and for results announcement happens. So I think those things help us as the Electoral Commission to make sure that we are not left alone in this. So the reliance are on party agents. It would be good that we could have them at every one of the 23,000 voting station. I must acknowledge that it does happen sometimes, especially if the count goes on much longer, that you will either end up with maybe one or not enough of them. But the encouragement, I think, from the Electoral Commission to try and say to parties, train as much as possible and allow as much as possible where your party agents can go and work. And that helps to bring us that particular safeguard.
And lastly, from my side, I mean, you've been in the commission for over 2 decades until your retirement. If you were to be appointed as a commissioner, how would you resist the temptation of your knowledge of the operations and wanting to get involved in operations? And how would you relate with that interface, the administrative and the governance interface?
Thank you for the question. The whole difficulty around governance always stems from that mingling. And I think we've seen it across many unfortunate incidences that has happened during the 30 years of our democracy. It is incumbent on the persons that take office in structures of oversight to bed down that principle. That principle that you have to stay in your lane, stick in your lane. Your lane is one of making policy. Your lane is one of providing oversight. Admittedly, there are areas, especially in the construction of collaborative processes that I have witnessed in my time in the IEC, that's worked very well in the commission is that there's open and honest discussion. But when it comes to decisions on what policy should be, after the commission has listened to the administration, they go and they make the decisions. There are policies also within the commission that helps us even better than it used to in the past to make sure that where the role of the chief electoral officer and the CEO as the head of administration sometimes in the past became a bit blurred, those had been straightened out in policy. Indeed, when commissioners are appointed, they, or when we did, in the past, there were not a framework for how commissioners were to really conduct their work. They had, I think before I left, I'm not sure that they finalized it, but they came up with a like a handbook for commissioners. And I think that, in my view at the time, was a great way to actually structure how the commission runs the committees. There's various of them. For instance, I'll talk about one. They do look at finance as the commission, because ultimately they're accountable. If anything goes wrong there, you're not going to say it wasn't my lane. You need to provide oversight there. But you also had an audit committee statutorily focusing on that area, together with also operations. But in essence, you needed, as the commission, to understand that you cannot also interfere with the audit committee's role. And you cannot interfere with where the administration has to basically be implementing the policy directives that you had given them. So it's important, but I think that goes back to the training and the experience that I've had, having worked in governance for such a long time, that I am able, or was able, to teach that governance frameworks. And I am a very passionate, I think, believer in the fact that you need to have that walls, more than just Chinese walls. You really have to structure them well. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for making the time, Ms. Lowe. Advocate Lowe, I just want to find out from you, as someone who was in the finance audit area for 26 years, when you make an analysis of the cases that were brought about in the last elections, that is, if you have, because you had already left, you can even use the 2019 elections. What lessons can you say need to be drawn there? What patterns were emerging, out of those lessons, showing where the discontention is or where competition is? What would you say?
I think there's a lot that one can learn and take away for areas of improvement if you look at the court cases. Certainly, there were some that was a bit, I would say, ambitious, but certainly there were lots where we had to really take on board and rethink, and not become, can I call it, arrogant, to think, that there's no merit in all of, in any of them. I think in the 2021 elections, when there was a problem that came about, in that some of the smaller parties, I think it was, yes, said that, their votes were somehow given to somebody else, number one, or not that they could adduce evidence in the end. But that already gives you a sense that we need to strengthen that even such an allegation, although it is not proven, doesn't quite occur. There's no opportunity for it to occur. There's been a lot of court cases, I think, in this last election that was problematic for the IEC. But the courts, I think, in most parts have upheld the view that the commissioners took and the approach that it took in some of them. I think for the court cases before the Electoral Court that had to do with the fact that there was allegations that the system for them to do their candidate nomination at some point crashed, etc., etc. As South Africans, we are famous, I think, for last-minute people. This is true. I'm not saying that that was the reason. You see it at voting stations as well. There's always many more people arriving the closer to closing time. But anyway, can we, as the Electoral Commission, make sure that such a high traffic at the last minute, that the systems can cope with it? Let's just take it on board and say, whether real or not real, true or not true, is it possible that our stress testing can be done so that we can for ourselves prove that any level of high traffic can be managed in those systems? So likewise, people were unhappy also about the fact that the long queues had made some people leave the voting station because they became impatient. Now, maybe that was a factor of other things, but to the extent that there could be merit in such a thing, we must improve how we do this. This data is already available for the IEC, because you know exactly now that it is so that for Section 24A, people have to apply beforehand. It's not just your provisioning of materials that is easier, but it also is easier for you to now predict, most probably from data that we've had in 2021, 2024, with the VMD, what the arrival times more or less is, and you can predict when the highs and the lows and the mediums and the whatever happens, that you can almost try and say, okay, let's stream better. Let's make sure that the queue that is for A, B, C, and maybe persons that are challenged in other ways, that get preference to get into the voting station quicker. And we avoid the long queues, which traditionally has always been the LMs and that section of the alphabet. So we need to improve, and we need to allow that there be a bit of flexibility in the way that the queues run during the day. Now, that comes back to training. It comes back to making sure that the officials that are responsible for managing that flow are really and truly on top of their game. I know it's expensive to train, and I know that it is normally a shorter period, and then there's retraining, there's training even on the day of the elections before the voting station opens, etc., etc. But it is critical that that aspect where a person may find themselves in a queue, being frustrated, seeing other people arrive, go into a shorter queue, come out, and they've been there for 20, 30 minutes more. So again, I take on board what the Chief Electoral Officer had alluded to. Let's work at 30 minutes in the queue. The other aspects, of course, is to do in the legal cases that was there about unhappiness and mistrust in the system and the ability of the IEC to run free and fair elections. There were allegations of votes that were not, or the results that were not properly managed and or didn't land where they were supposed to land. I believe that the systems are transparent. And had there been proof, it would have been easy to adduce that proof. However, again, as I said, even if this was just really spurious, let's make sure as the IEC that whatever you have in the scanning of that result slip as it comes through, the capturing thereof, which there are external auditors that verify that the figures on the slip is the same as that is now captured into the system, that mechanism for where people can bring objections, listen to them, listen to what it is that they have to say, because maybe somewhere in there's a lesson to be learned. We must definitely not just throw it away as making, what's it called, sore losers. I think we need to take all of those opportunities to say, what can we learn out of each of these incidences? Court cases, I don't think is going to lessen going forward, unfortunately. I think that's going to happen more and more because the contestation is so much tighter. We had that many, 300 odd political parties that are registered. I've also heard that the IC was looking at maybe deregistering some that's just not been active. But it does not mean we have, with our proportional electoral system, which I don't think will change because it is a constitutional directive. It does encourage small parties. It does encourage that we have a very wide representation. All voices have an opportunity to go and have a seat. So independents are there now, so I don't think that space is going to become any easier. But what stood the IEC in good stead is that they could demonstrate that they had really applied the law, they stuck to the rule of law, and they did that consistently and even-handedly. And that, I think, is something that can never be compromised. Thank you.
CJ, just the last one. Okay. Yeah, if you could keep your answers
A bit shorter.
Yeah, and
Otherwise, we'll be more late.
directed to the question. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Advocate Low. As you know, the IEC is in place, set up by the Constitution to develop and strengthen our democracy. However, maybe I should also explain. When I was looking at my phone as you were talking, I was trying to check the statistics. In the last elections, 2024, we had more than, as you know, the women population in our country is 51.4%. We had more than 55% of voters, registered voters, being women, but we ended up with less than 40% of women taking up leadership and public representation. Do you see any role there for the IEC to bring forth the issue of women representation, the issue of equality in line with the demographics of the country, or even beyond? If you see any, what would it be? Thank you.
Yes, I think this is, I almost want to say, it's something that's been bothering or been evident, I think, since inception, since we became a democracy, that we've had a higher percentage of male representatives within our legislatures. A lot of work I know has been done in the space, not just by the IEC, but by other players, in encouraging women to participate and women to stand for office, etc., etc. It always is, I suppose, a reflection of our history where we were a patriarchal society, that we still have this tendency where people in the main, support more male candidates. But I think the work that even within political parties, or some of them that they've done, is to determine a quota system whereby they at least direct that so many of their seats should be occupied by female candidates is a good way to go. From the IEC side, more work in the voter education, obviously, should be done to encourage women to stand for office. Participation, generally, I've spoken about. So there, all in all, we need to make sure that that happens. But even now, when we look at the changes that we've seen from 2021, I think, and also now lately, that we've had more younger people getting into office in the legislature. I'm not sure of the gender split, but that has been very encouraging. And I think working at that, making young people understand that they, as they take their future in their hands, that women should not stand back, that they should vie for those positions. I think that this is, as for people in my age group, obviously it's been a recurring theme throughout, where there's always been this fight to assert, because of our patriarchal society, to assert that women are capable, women can do the job, etc., etc. So I think the messaging within the voter education campaigns of the IEC should enhance that. We should try and shape that within that younger generation and all throughout, that people must stand for office, because if they don't stand, the chances of them getting elected, of course, becomes problematic.
Thank you, Chief Justice. Good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon.
Just three quick ones.
Three quick ones.
Starting with on the queue management.
Yes.
Sometimes during those elections, we experience various natural, the weather patterns. So people stand in the queue waiting to get in, get rain, soaking, and then they leave. Other areas which is extremely hot, faint in the queues, etc. What would your views be about and it will be a cost, of course, if you have to bring in coverings. So what would your views be about how do we deal with those? Because it's also a disincentive for people to turn back and say, no, I'm not interested in voting. The second thing is, you are saying that technology is the backbone of the Electoral Commission. And but you also say that there's room for improvement. Would you then say that improvement that's not there affects the IEC in the execution? And what would your contribution be in that one? And then you say with your cross-cutting skills, but you are not good at maintenance. Please explain that briefly. Thank you.
The weather. I think the IEC goes into a lot of trouble to try, even with your by-elections, to read the weather, etc. And of course, with global warming and all of that, it becomes more difficult to predict. But where there is leeway, if we have to, for instance, look at elections has to happen within 90 days within that calendar when they are due. So in that 3 months, you need to try and choose the best option, that you look in the country to see where the weather is and whether you can use the best time. So obviously, some elections we've had in May when it was winter, and maybe for us here in Gauteng, winter just means it's cold and you can wear a coat. But if you are in Cape Town, it's likely to be soaking wet with those winds that can basically blow you away. it's a difficult one, and indeed, it will be a money factor to look at where and how you can protect people from that particular challenge. But there is room for minimizing, I would say, voting stations that are in tents and so on, to look for more permanent type structures, to use building, collaborate with other government organizations, private enterprises, so that we can use their facilities. That will give us a bit more leeway to accommodate, that we don't have people exposed to the weather. But again, there are more, there's centers that are more resourced, and then in rural areas, maybe you don't have that option. I think, in essence, it goes back to, can we really just improve how we process this queue? Can we try and make it easier or shorter, at least, for people to have to come to the voting station, so that we can be more observant? The queue walker, as they called it, are supposed to go up and down the queue and find people that are frail and or in need, with children and so on. So those kinds of things can be improved, but I don't think that there's an absolute solution on a day, even though you planned as you did, when we have a storm that happens, etc. So that is unfortunate, but we have to look at how better that we manage the queues and predict. Maybe just quickly to say, I'm not sure how many more VMDs they had, but if one can imagine that it could be quicker, and this is just, personally, what I'm in my head responding to you, think that you can have one as people enter that can already find them, and then as they enter, they already know where they go. Maybe they get a reference number that's on the roll. I'm just speculating, but anything to make it quicker can work. And yes, there is going to be a financial impact, but let's see where else we can cut our shirt so we can look at elements like that. Where the technology impacts the election delivery mechanism, I think is for me, it's evident it does. We now rely on the VMD, but we're still running parallel. We still have a printed voters roll, and that you can find a person coming to the voting station on a printed voters roll. Now that we have confined people to vote wherever they have told the IEC they will be voting with the Section 24, it makes that even easier, because this is where they are supposed to vote. It's on the voters roll, it's on the VMD. The VMD, of course, enhances that we can send the results and the stats quicker. In the olden days, we needed to mark off as people, the numbers, 10 people before 10 or 70 before 9 or whatever. But these days, that supplementary role that the technology plays, it's not the only facility or the means we have to still deliver credible and free and fair elections. There is still a duality in the way we do it. So I don't think that even where it fails, and it has not had abject failure, there's just been incidents here and there, that it really and truly takes away from the freeness and fairness of the election. I think that it's held up, but indeed, even those small incidences needs to be addressed, they need to be corrected, and from my understanding, it is not been large scale. It has been explained well. If I listen to the CEO for the glitches that's been there, it is things that can be corrected. You had a question about my cross-cutting skill and the fact that I'm not a maintenance person. I think what I'm trying to say there is that my focus has always been on, I go and I start something, I enhance it, I build it out, and almost if it reaches an element of it can run on its own, it's where I then look to the next challenge. I don't believe in me putting myself forward for this post, that the Electoral Commission, certainly as the Commission has reached that stage as yet. I think we are now on the cusp of having a new electoral system that is going to really and truly require attention from and a response from the Electoral Commission. Going forward, we've got the local government elections coming up, anywhere from, I think it's November 2026, so 3-month gap there. And that too, although not impacted by the changes now that the electoral review panel is busy with, but still, it is a lot of work to get to that point. There are always enhancements, as I've said, that we have to make. And I believe that I'm competent, I'm able. I have a lot of energy, I'm blessed with good health, and I can make a difference. Chief Justice, no, thank you very much. But to thank you and the panel for the opportunity. It is a very good feeling and, must I say, an honor just to have reached this stage. So I thank you for your attention and allowing me to be my normal, long-winded self. Thank you very much.
No, it was all interesting stuff.
Thank you.
But thanks to you for making yourself available.
Thank you. I appreciate.
You
Thank
will
you to the
get the
support
results in
staff
due
that
course.
has been excellent in guiding us to this point. I appreciate the efforts. Thank you.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, CJ.
How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fine, thanks. First, let me apologize for keeping you waiting. We are running way behind time, but that's the nature of these things. Sorry, anyway. We have the public protector, Advocate Galeka, Mr. Nissen, who chairs the Human Rights Commission, and Advocate Supanya Mukhali, who chairs the CGE. I'm the chairperson. We will get right to it. I will ask you questions naturally, and then if my colleagues have anything they wish to raise with you, they'll do so. Are you a South African citizen?
Yes, CJ, I'm a South African, born and bred in Soweto. Speaks 8 official languages out of 11, plus French.
Whoa. A true South African and the cosmopolitan one is that.
Yes.
So, do you hold any position, a prominent position that is in any political party?
No, CJ, I don't
I'm
know.
asking these questions because those are the requirements of the Electoral Act. What academic qualifications do you hold?
I hold a master's degree from Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C., and my master's is in library and information science. I did my first degree at the University of Zululand, then proceeded to Washington, D.C. when I got the scholarship from the UN.
What was your first degree?
It was also on library and information science.
You're a librarian by
Yes, I'm a
profession.
librarian.
All right. What scholarship did you get? Did you say
The United Nations, it was called UNEPSA. It was a specific.
remember
You
it,
remember
yes,
for South
yes.
Africans? Yes, it was the UNEPSA.
And not just anybody got that scholarship, as I understand it.
No,
You
it was
had
just
to
for
be,
South Africans.
yes.
Yeah.
And not just any South African for that matter, a South African, an excellent South African. Okay. You have been nominated by a few people, and one of them describes your career as one spanning a vast expanse of fields in election administration, technical advisory, conflict resolution, stakeholder engagement, and democracy support. Can you just tell us concisely exactly what you've done in your career that you think qualifies you for this position?
Thank you, Chairperson. At the tail end of CODESA, it was quite clear that South Africa needs to go into elections. And at that time, I was attached to an institution called ACCORD, African Center for Constructive Resolution of Disputes. We were involved in peace-building initiatives in KwaZulu-Natal. You'll remember in 1994, KwaZulu-Natal was the killing fields of South
Yes.
Africa. So as ACCORD, we were involved in trying to train or provide capacity building to political parties and to civil society organizations in an effort to bring peace in KZN. When the election time came, ACCORD seconded me to the interim Electoral Commission, the interim IEC, where I continued providing capacity building to electoral staff, monitors, and political parties in preparation for the elections. After the elections, I went back to ACCORD, and in 1998, I became a full-time staff of the Electoral Commission. Now, this is the one which was set up by the 1996 Constitution. I became a full-time staff member in KwaZulu-Natal, and I was involved with what is called stakeholder management, meaning that any other stakeholder who needs to go through to the IEC has to talk to me. I also was involved in setting up what we call party liaison committee, which helped us to engage political parties in KwaZulu-Natal. And these structures were very good because in the sense that at the beginning there was a lot of animosity between the IEC and some of the parties. But over the time, because we're having these regular meetings with party liaison committees, there were, we became, we built a rapport between political parties and the IEC. I remember when I resigned from IEC, some of the parties wrote to Dr. Pam not to release me, because that's how I had, how I have worked very well with political parties. So also I was involved with the civil society organization, and my skills in terms of conflict resolution also came to play a role in KwaZulu-Natal, because there were always conflicts. I also worked with Amakosi, and at that time they were refusing to give space to other political parties. So I had to go out there and meet Amakosi and talk to them about the importance of ensuring that we level the playing field for everybody. Everyone has a right to participate. And, after the 1999 elections, I felt confident enough to meet the international community. So I left South Africa in 2001 to go and work in in Namibia for the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And as you will see in my CV, I was an elections program officer, and I was in charge of coordinating election missions for the SADC parliamentarians, and also drafting, the protocols for what constitute free and fair elections. And then from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, then I got invited by different international organizations. I went to Nigeria. President Carter was coming to Africa, and they asked if I could organize a mission for him. Unfortunately, because of the first Iraqi war, I couldn't. And then from then on, I was on the UN roster of experts. So as you will see in my CV, I'm moving from country to country. It's because I get deployed by the UN. Whenever the need arises, they will call me and ask me, can I go to a certain place? And I've always went there and tried to work as hard as I can to fly the South African flag, because South African IEC is well known for having good elections. In fact, a few weeks ago, I was joking with the current chairperson of the Electoral Commission and saying, guys, if you mess up, you mess up for us, people who work in the international space. So the IEC better, do its work properly. So I do a lot of work for the UN as a technical advisor, either to run elections. Let me make an example. In 2010, I was asked by the UN to go to Nigeria to go and provide technical support for their 2011 elections. I mean, there was a few months left. I got there, and based on my experience from other countries, I was able to work with the Nigerian Electoral Commission, but none of them knew anything about elections at the commission. I mean, the Board of Commissioners, nobody, except some of the staff have run elections. But the 2011 Nigerian elections were slated as the best elections. We were working with 73.5 million voters. Just about 50% showed up for the elections, and we were very impressed because we thought it was a difficult elections, a lot of violence, but we managed to do a good job. And as you can see, then I've been moved to other countries to go and provide technical assistance to different. When I'm in South Africa, I run what is called corporate governance elections, such as I think in 2020. I did the government employee pension fund, and because of post office problems, we introduced, with the company I work with, MCA, we introduced the electronic voting for pensioners, and the majority of them voted using electronic voting.
What role did you play there specifically?
At MCA,
I'm trying to test if you have any. I acknowledge the vast technical experience you have. I'm looking for leadership and governance experience.
You mean at MCA or anywhere?
At MCA.
At MCA, I was the presiding officer running those elections. So I sort of sat down with an ICT person and told the person what is it that I want out of the system. So as an elections a practitioner, so he would do the way I wanted to do, and then they were able to vote. In other, like let's take for instance in Nigeria, I was an acting chief technical advisor. This is the most senior position a person who runs in election can hold. The CTA the chief technical had just resigned. That's why I was called to step in and assist the Nigerian Electoral Commission. At CTA level, of course, you observe, you run the elections, but also you interact with the government. And we had what we call steering committee meetings, which were chaired by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Finance and the Chairperson of the Electoral Commission, Professor Jiga. So we had those two senior people. So we had to make sure that whatever we reported to them, it's correct, so that they can take decisions. We as UNDP were running what is called a basket fund. We had a number of countries putting money into our fund so that we can assist the Nigerian Electoral Commission. The total budget of those elections was $88 million. That's the total budget we're working with as UNDP and the Electoral Commission of Nigeria. So the elections are huge in Nigeria. I mean, we were running with 74.5 million voters. Currently, Nigeria has got about 95 million voters. So it's a big operations, and we had to make sure that they are successful. If you go to the annals of those elections, they will tell you those were the best elections Nigeria has ever had. And I'm proud as a South African to have run a South African flag. I could have stayed in Nigeria because the UN had given me what we call fixed-term contract, 5-year contracts, renewable. But on the 26th of August 2011, our office was bombed by Boko Haram. And I got so scared, and I served a 3 months notice, and I didn't go back, and started looking for opportunities in other countries as well, based on where the UN placed me. So election is what I've been doing for the past 30 years. I also do training. I mean, as late as last week, I was training stakeholders in Malawi on conflict resolution strategies, mitigating election-related violence. So I do training of conflict resolution. I also do training of what is called bridge, building resources in elections, building resources in democracy, governance, and elections. That is bridge. So these are 17 modules which each and every staff of an electoral commission must try to have. It's a curriculum which you can go to Russia with the same curriculum and start training. So I am currently I'm an election, what they call a workshop facilitator. It's not very high, but we do have experts in South Africa. We have Tom Sidlamini. She's a South African, and Rushni Nakade. These two South Africans are experts. So they are people who are very respected in this area of bridge training. So I do also training as well. I do, technical advice, and I also do research. I had a situation where I was asked by the African Union to go and do an assessment of a commission, because it's like I won't mention the country. The citizens were not happy, so the African Union asked me to go there, and I met the stakeholders. Met and talked to stakeholders. At the end of the day, we had to recommend that the whole commission must step down, and the whole commission did step down because. Based on our recommendation, the African Union took the report to the president of that country, and then the whole commission had to resign. I think the sad thing about it is because this is the same commission which I was responsible for inducting when they first became commissioners. The UNDP asked me to go and induct and train them on commission work. So it was sad because these are my friends, but a job is a job. I had to ask them I had to recommend for the dissolution of the commission.
All right. I see that your work has taken you to troubled countries such as Palestine and
Yes.
Pakistan. What lessons did that experience give you?
In Palestine, I was asked by the South African government to accompany a delegation of observers to Palestine. That was the 2006 elections, which were won by Hamas with a landslide. But because of international interference, Hamas couldn't take over and govern Palestine. So Pakistan, the Commonwealth, I'd get different organizations asking me to accompany them to observe elections in different countries. And of course, when I was at SADC Parliamentary Forum, I worked in 14 countries, so I was forced to go to these countries. And when I came back from the SADC Parliamentary Forum, I was talking with Dr. Bam, and I said, my little experience working in these different countries, we as commissions, we are not talking to each other. Everybody's doing whatever they like. We are not sharing resources. We could be doing staff attachment and so on. And Dr. Bam advised, so what do you suggest? Write a proposal. So I wrote a proposal, and then we put a cost to it. And in 2003, there was the biggest conference in Africa of all election administrators in South Africa. And out of that, there was an association which was born, and which is a player now in election democracy space. So basically, CJ, every time I go to a country, when I come back, I ask myself, what is it have I, supported? How have I supported the people of the country? Even today, last month I was in Sierra Leone to train staff in Bridge, and every time they introduce me as the South African who set up party liaison committees. Because when I got to Sierra Leone in 2006, the commission was not engaging electoral stakeholders. They didn't know how to engage electoral stakeholders. So I remember at home in KwaZulu-Natal and throughout South Africa, of course, it's in the Electoral Commissions Act, party liaison committees. So I, advised the commission, why don't we set up party liaison committees, which helped us to engage the political parties in Sierra Leone, which are the key stakeholders. I remember President Baiko Roma saying, if elections, if the way things are being done now, we will accept the outcome of the results, because we had encouraged transparency, engagement, talking to the people, setting different forums to engage stakeholders. So basically, whatever I've learned in South Africa, I've been able to use it all over Africa where I've been working.
With this deep knowledge and experience in electoral science, in your assessment, what challenges does the IEC have to contend with, and what would you bring to bear to the position if you get it to benefit and improve things over there?
I think as IEC, there's a problem of voter turnout. I think I want to commend the IEC for being able to register 27 million in the last elections. But CJ, you'll remember only 16 million turned up. For what happened to the 11 million? And also, CJ, I think I heard the statistician general saying that there are 10 million eligible South Africans who didn't register. So now we are talking about 21 million missing South Africans who we have to bring into the electoral space. And I'm thinking we have to learn from what other countries are doing. For example, in Ghana, if you go to the IEC in Ghana, there are two commissions, this IEC, the Electoral Commission of Ghana, and the Civic Education Commission. Now, if you look at the South African Commissions Act, in the pure sense, it doesn't give IEC the mandate to do civic education. It only says voter education. But IEC has done well to,
What's the difference?
civic education has to do with the governance, the different levels of governance, the representatives, the parliament, and so on. But voter education has to do with when you get to the voting station, exactly what you're expected to do, you know? So those two, but even though IEC has ventured into what we call and I mean the money for voter education, for civic education, has not been given to the Electoral Commission of South Africa. So it's unfunded mandate. So, but IEC has done very well. I mean, with more money, I'm sure we could increase voter turnout, but IEC doesn't have that money because we will then have to learn in Ghana the civic education, because in Ghana since 1992 elections, the voter turnout has been over 70%. It's only last year when it came to 64%. And there are all other issues. And I think as well, the voter turnout has not much to do with the IEC per se. It's the situation around, it's the lived experiences of the citizens of a country, How happy are the citizens? Is their service delivered? So this impact negatively on the IEC work. But we need, this is what we are operating in. There's a term called the VUCA complex. It's a militarist complex. It means we live in a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. Nothing is predictable. So we as election practitioners have to stand up to the occasion and see how we can improve that. And also, while we are still talking that, South Africa, I was looking at the statistics, 33% of the population in South Africa is youth. And our youth in South Africa is a mobile youth. Most of the young people in South Africa, they use mobiles. They are more technologically savvier than us, older people. So I was just thinking that sometime in 2014, I met with IEC and I asked them if they would think about electronic voting. I think at that time the commission was not ready, but I'm happy now that the commission is talking about electronic voting. I just want to allay fears of the South Africans. There are different forms of electronic voting. When I approached IEC in 2014, I was attached to a multinational company doing purely electronic voting all over the world. And at that time, we had done 3.6 billion votes, electronic votes around the world. So I thought, since IEC is a trailblazer, IEC is the most respected organization around the world, let me take this technology back home and see if, what will happen. And I want to say again, the machines we were using, they are like a calculator. They don't need internet. You press on the tablet against the candidate or the party, it calculates automatically. So it aggregates. So at the end of voting, you print out the results slip. And at the same time, to make sure that in case of there are problems regarding counting, people are not happy, the machines, we have what is called paper verification. It prints, as you vote, it will print for the person you have voted for. And you can put the slip, it's like a still slip. You put it in the ballot paper. In case people are not happy with the machines, you can count manually. There is no internet. The only time we used internet is when we link the voters register throughout the country so that when you vote, your name is removed from the voters roll. So you can't run to another voting station and say you want to vote. So that is the system I was bringing to South Africa. But I'm happy now that South Africa and the South African citizen are talking about electronic voting. I always think that, if I'm an electoral staff starting at 6 to 11 or to 12, because normally counting takes like 4 hours. By that time they are tired and they are prone to making mistakes because they are tired. So, with electronic voting, the system we were trying to introduce in South Africa, within an hour, IEC headquarters would receive the election results. What we do also, we attach a printer, we print the result slip, we give all the political parties the results, and then we download on a memory stick the results and we take it to the nearest electoral commission. So it was a system which I think it will help IEC staff, and also it would make South Africa. For me, I always think South Africa IEC has to be the leader, and they are a leader, but they have to take up that position. And as a company, we thought if the South African Electoral Commission took up this opportunity, the whole of Africa will follow suit because they respect, most commissions respect South Africa.
I'm going to hand you over to my colleagues to question you if they have any questions.
Thanks, Vijay. I just want to find out how Miss Pitso, I just want to find out how you will manage your your wealth of experience in such a way that you don't become that person who knows it all and therefore, you know, I don't know how to phrase my question, but as you are aware, commissioners in C9s, but which includes the IEC, tend to be people with different experiences from different walks of life and different expertise. And there tends to be sometimes that tension, the battle of the egos, if one could put it that way, with regards to I know it, that is why I am here. I hope you're not taking it negatively. No. I'm just trying to put it as nicely as I can, because your experience, your knowledge is without a doubt a wealth in so many ways. How then, if you were to be appointed, would you introduce that slowly, intentionally, but again with all the requisite humility to take everyone with you?
Advocate, I'm glad you said humility. I'm a very humble person, but talkative. So that's why you think. No. I think as commissioners, we are not administrative people. That is the role of the administrative arm under the CEO. As commissioners, I think our job is to provide guidance and policy. So, like you say, we are all from different backgrounds as commissioners. And I think for me, it will be the sharing of experiences between peers in a commission, and also using those experiences to guide policy into improving our electoral process. But I wouldn't be involved with administrative, but basically policy issues, and then see if we agree. So humble, ask anybody. I'm a very humble person, but talkative.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon, Commissioner.
This electronic voting, for it to happen, we need to have, please explain it to me, because we suffer sometimes of, load shedding. We suffer areas where there's not connectivity, rural areas, deep rural areas. How will this work in those two cases?
Thank you, Commissioner. Like I indicated, it doesn't include internet. It's like a calculator. You press, it calculates. You press, it calculates, and then you print the results. In terms of load shedding, it's battery operated, 18 hours of battery life. So 18 hours, we don't need 18 hours. So that has been taken care of in terms of the system. I wanted to go back to Advocate Mukhale. I know you didn't ask me this question. I heard you asking my colleague I worked with at IEC, Geraldine, about how would you encourage women participation in electoral processes. I saw that in Ethiopia, where I used to work, they the commission gives more money to parties which has more women candidates. Fortunately for us in South Africa, we use a proportional representation system. So parties like the ANC, they have what they call the zebra system. So in that way, women participation is not a problem. I think South Africa, Rwanda, and Namibia are the three countries in Africa which have the highest women representatives in parliament. So the kind of electoral system we have currently, it helps us to bring in women into, into parliament. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ms. Peter.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
With your experience around the electronic voting, what would you say would be required to build public trust in the system?
Thank you, ma'am. Voter education. Voter education is one of the ways of us as election practitioners reaching out to people. I know it's maybe for the last few years, but IEC has been a trusted. I mean, if you have seen reviews or research, IEC always came high in terms of people trusting it. Okay, maybe last year there were problems, but we have to sit down as, if I'm appointed as IEC, and see how can we build trust within the voters. Because with any new system, you have to do a lot of education, but also you have to build the trust from the voters.
What safeguards have you come across in the systems that you've worked with, the electronic systems?
The safeguard advocate with the electronic system is one. Although it's an electronic system, it operates like a manual system. Like I said, it's like a calculator. With the calculator, you feed information and it gives you the response. So if you vote and it calculates, there is no way it can change around. So that is one of the safeguards. It works like a calculator. Two, it doesn't include internet. So there's no issue of cybercrime cropping up. There's no issue of cybercrime cropping up because there is no internet. And at the end of the voting, at polling stations across the country, you print the results there and then and give it to the party agents. So if IEC headquarters is posting something different there in terms of results, the party agents will have the results in their hands. They can, through their structures, say, no, those results which were posted are not the right results. So those are the safeguards, that you have a physical paper in your hand with the results of that particular polling station. And you are watching IEC national posting the results, and you can always argue that. I think that for me that would be enough.
Thank you, Sujay. That would be all.
I think we've run out of questions for you. Anything you'd like to share, discuss, raise with us before we excuse you?
I just want to thank you, honorable members, for giving me the opportunity to come and present my case to you. And I'm hopeful if join the IEC, I'll be humble enough to share with them my experiences in a humble way as a Christian woman. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much for making yourself available for the position. You will be advised in due course, I suppose, of the results. Wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Here we go. Shall we push into the last one before? Give us just one moment, Dr. Govinda. We'll be with you now. How are you?
I'm well, Chief Justice and Commissioners
Good to
and
hear.
Public Protector. It's an absolute delight to be here.
It's good to have you. Are you ready? May
I'm
we start?
ready. I'm ready.
I'm the chairperson of the proceedings, Judge Maya. This is the chairperson of the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Sipanya Mohale, Public Protector, Advocate Galega, and Mr. Nissen, who chairs the Human Rights Commission. We promise to go easy on you. Maybe I should speak for myself.
Thank you so much.
All right. So are you a South African citizen?
Most definitely. Born in Malagasy in a Hamlazi hospital, and I have some Zulu blood in me.
And do you hold any prominent position in any South African any political party?
Most definitely not.
All right. You're a doctor.
Yes.
What qualifications, educational qualifications?
I'm an anthropologist, so my PhD was based on anthropology, cross-cultural studies between the Zulus and the Hindu community in South Africa, looking at the rituals and practices. So that was my PhD. My master's was also, cross-cultural studies between the Zulus and the Hindu community. For my PhD, I received a Ford Foundation Fellowship for 3 years. But I opted to study in South Africa rather than go overseas because I preferred, because the research was based on Zulus and Indians in South Africa, so I preferred to stay here. And then I also received another fellowship from Ford Foundation to do postdoctoral studies in Columbia University. That particular study was based on, Ford Foundation had a 10-year tenure of giving scholarships to students all over the world. It was a 10-year period. So when that period ended, they wanted somebody to do research on the students that benefited from the Ford Foundation Fellowship. So I was awarded a fellowship to look at the 11 African countries where the students receive Ford Foundation fellowships, to look at what the students for the master's and PhD did before they received the fellowship, what was the research during the fellowship, and what were they doing after the fellowship. The purpose of that was to see whether the Ford Foundation Fellowship empowered them to become leaders, because the idea of giving the fellowship was to develop potential leaders. So my research was looking at about 380 students in Africa, in 11 African countries, to see how they have progressed from that fellowship. So that was my master's. And then I had other professional qualifications, like an education diploma, because I was first a teacher, an educator. And then I did a journalism diploma, right? So I have journalist qualifications. So basically, that was my professional qualification. Academic qualifications. My professional qualifications, I have a whole potpourri of qualifications, because over the years, from being an educator and then moving towards public service, I wanted to empower myself in various aspects related to sound governance so that I can best serve the communities. So I've done training in facilitation. I've even acquired a qualification and accreditation as a mediator. And at the moment, I'm on the panel of the Alternative Dispute Resolution Network of South Africa as a mediator, and I've mediated in a number of disputes, including a very important one that I should mention, that averted a national calamity. When about 3 years ago, there was a serious issue in Port Elizabeth where there was a problem between the Somalian Business Association and the Taxi Association. There was an accident, a simple accident, where the Somalian knocked the taxi, and then there was a fight, and then they burnt a taxi, they burnt a Somalian shop. So it was starting to flare up into a serious problem. So because I was a social cohesion advocate at that stage and responsible for the rapid response task team, I flew up immediately to Port Elizabeth overnight, and the next morning brought the two together and mediated and resolved the issue and asked them to make a public statement that the matter is resolved. If it was not done, it would have been a serious crisis in a country. So I have that qualification as a mediation, also project management, financial management, and a whole range of qualifications that most of them I acquired through the National School of Government, because as a public servant, I wanted to best serve the interest of public service by empowering myself. So I have a bit of an addiction, Madam Chair, right? An addiction.
I'd say it's more than a beat.
Addiction to study, right?
Yeah.
Because just 2 years ago, right, I was awarded another fellowship. This time it was the IPSA Fellowship, India, Brazil, South Africa Fellowship, which took me to India, right, to do research at the Research for and Information Systems for Developing Countries, where I spent close to 5 months in New Delhi, and I was researching on traditional knowledge and indigenous knowledge systems based on traditional medicine. The whole purpose of that research was to look at India's best practice and Brazil's best practice in terms of traditional healers and traditional medicine, and elevate the status here in South Africa. So you can see from my qualifications, I've diverted from being an educator, right, and spent about 10 years as an educator, but then I got absorbed into public service. And a first appointment as an assistant director of arts and culture in KZN, progressing to various stages up to the director level of this. Now, why did I divert from an education qualification to anthropological studies and so on? Because when I was working as a director of arts and culture, I was so involved in community activism. I've been visiting different communities all over the province and the country, looking at their practices, looking at their rituals, looking at everything, and working with social cohesion, grassroots activism, and so on. Then I realized, for me to empower myself further, I need to move into that realm. Hence, my direction moved towards studying towards anthropology, to do anthropological studies so that I can understand the South African society better. So that's my qualification. So with all these qualifications, it gave me an opportunity to empower myself and skill myself so that I can empower others. And I must say, Madam Chair and panel members, that during my tenure as a director of arts and culture and having my staff working under me, I made sure that every one of them empowered themselves. I've assisted in arranging fellowships for them. I've motivated them and directed them to study because I did not want them to remain in the same level, right? And I've always encouraged that attribute because of my great, what you call, understanding and appreciation for empowerment. And that's what I've been doing all these years. So that's basically my qualifications. And coming from a strong education and advocacy background, I believe that with that attributes and the fact that it's a robust and a diverse set of skill sets, I think I can make a valuable contribution to the IEC.
And
Thank you,
you
Madam.
are currently a commissioner with the, I can't say the whole thing.
Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Rights Commission.
Commission, yes.
So I'm a commissioner appointed in December and officially in January by President Ramaphosa as a commissioner. So what happened there? The journey there. So I retired in 2019 from public service. Then I was appointed as a social cohesion advocate with DSEC, right, to promote social cohesion and nation building. It was not a full-time position, but it was a job which took us to the length and breadth of South Africa to promote social cohesion, nation building, etc. Then last year, I was appointed in December as a Cultural, Religious, and Linguistic Rights Commissioner. So as you can see, public service and service to the community and humanity in general never leave me, right?
It's in your blood.
Yes, it's in my blood. I don't think so it'll ever leave me until I can continue serving society.
All right. Yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Govender. Now, I just want to find out, how are you hoping to manage this? If you were to be appointed here, how are you going to manage CRL and IEC, because you cannot be in both?
No, the reason, that's a very, very interesting question, right? And I'll tell you, and I'm going to share a very interesting tale, something that moved me last week, right? And it will answer your question. I was at a funeral last week, Wednesday, and a family member came up to me and warmly congratulated me of being nominated for this particular position. But then they went on to say, but why you are going through this whole process of being re-interviewed and going through this process, you're already a commissioner, right? With the CRL commission appointed by the president. Why you want to do this? So my response was, I smiled and I responded, when you're serving the public, right, it is not the titles and designation that's important. It is what the community needs and what service you can render to the community that is pivotal, right? And if there is an area that is missing and there is challenges in the democracy, and if you have the necessary attributes, qualifications, and expertise, then serve. So that was my response, because what I believe, Commissioner, is that as a CRL Commission person, right, we are there to promote the rights of cultural, religious, and linguistic rights. So it's limited to that. However, here the scope is broader, because I believe true democracy starts at the ballot box. So if appointed as electoral in the Electoral Commission, I obviously have to leave the CRL Commission, because my priority will be to serve a broader sector of the South African community rather than, in one sector, one Section 9. Yeah. Apart from the CRL Commission, I'm also at the moment a board member of Pan South African Language Board. So there's two Section 9, so I'll have to leave both. It's, the CRL Commission is 5 years. It's a 5-year appointment. It's a 5-year appointment. With CRL Commission, there's 2 full-time commissioners, the chair and the deputy chair, and the rest of them are the rest of us are part-time commissioners. So it's not a full-time occupation. But with the challenges of advocacy, education, training, and getting our democratic processes right, I would believe that I will divert all my attention to the Electoral Commission, where I feel my expertise, knowledge, and experience would be more valuable, right? It won't be leaving in a lurch, because at the end of the day, Madam Chair, right, serving the country with integrity, with independence, and what you call with capable leadership is vital. It's vital. And I would believe that the CRL Commission will give me the blessing, right? Because in the last 6 months that I've worked with them, right, I've been extensively busy. Yet this whole weekend, I was in the Eastern Cape, in Uitenhage, Kariga, working with the koi and the sen in the ritual ceremony. I even took part, Mr. Nissan, in the Inao ritual this weekend. So I'm very passionate about community. But with the Electoral Commission, is a broader, important service that we need to do for society and for the community as a whole. And I would believe not ditching them, because I am benefiting the entire country.
What is your understanding of the role of the IEC?
The IEC has an important role to play in terms of not, if I have to come into the IEC, right, I'm not only coming here, or I'm not only interested in managing elections. Managing elections is the role and function of the administrators. Although one of the requirements according to the Act is for commissioners to manage elections. But we play an oversight and a policy role. My role in the IEC is to ensure that the electorate out there understand their obligation, their constitutional obligations to vote in credible elections. The role of the IEC is to provide that platform. The role of the IEC to do everything possible to ensure there's maximum participation in democratic elections, that constitutional governance, constitutional prerequisites are met. And what I believe right now, that the IEC is, my honest opinion, my personal opinion, is that the IEC is very seasonal, right? The IEC is very visible during registration, voter registration times, and during voting times. But throughout the year, although they may be doing work, but it's not visible, right? So my role coming into the IEC is to transform that mindset, is to advocate for more people to get involved with constitutional democracy. And I think that we have a moral obligation to do that as IEC commissioners. We need to find innovative strategies, innovative ways in which we can get more people to know. I mean, as you may know, that over the years there's been a rapid decline of people wanting to vote. There's a lot of apathy, especially amongst the youth, right? Why is there an apathy? People are fed up. They feel disengaged. They feel disassociated. They feel frustrated, right? And the role of the IEC and the Commission is to ensure that we find strategies, workable strategies, that we need to get people back on track again. And one of the things that I believe that is very crucial, Madam Chair and dear panel members, is there is a lack of patriotism, right? And as a social cohesion and advocate and a community activist, over the years, I've been hosting and facilitating a number of interfaith, intercultural dialogues throughout the country. And in those dialogues, people are given an opportunity to talk about the highlights of the democracy that we have achieved so far. And they've also given opportunities to talk about the challenges of the democracy. And also, I always maintain that they need to give us solutions. And every dialogue, they spoke about the frustration and the non-service delivery of government, speaking about negative things about what's happening in the country, and the solution is they want changes in the system of elections. They want changes in governance. They want changes, and then I would believe that the role of the IEC is to find those mechanisms to see how best we can satisfy the needs and aspirations of that vast community that we are hoping to serve. And I believe coming to the IEC, right, I want the IEC to be a catalyst for democratic renewal. I want the IEC to make people not only to bring about some changes in the electoral system, but they need to also make people appreciate and love being part of the South African society. And people must love to go to that ballot box. Like I mentioned, democracy starts at that ballot box, and that is why it's so important.
Do you have any practical ideas on how this can be achieved?
Yes, there's a number of practical ideas. One of the things that we need to look at international best practices, right? We need to look at how internationally there are certain electoral practices that are working so well, and we need to try to adapt it in this country, even if it's at a pilot study level. And one of the things that I would like to propose as an innovative strategy for local government elections, Madam Chair and panel, is a 3-ballot system for local government. Now, what I mean by a 3-ballot system, at the moment, people in local government, they vote for a candidate, a ward councillor, they vote for a party for proportional representation. I want to introduce a third element on election day for local government election, and that is a participatory budget ballot. Now, what do I mean by a participatory budget ballot? Now, remember, people only go to the polls every 5 years. So there's a disconnect between the electorate, the institutions, and the public. There's a disconnect. You only see the candidates campaigning and so on. They voted, and then you don't see them again. So the third vote that I'm proposing in the local government elections, the participatory budget ballot, is where people that are voting for local government are voting candidates to go there so that service delivery can improve in local government. Now, local government is dealing with service delivery, roads, maintenance, electricity, water, parks and gardens, sports, arts and culture, recreation, youth development, all these service delivery, libraries, clinics, hospitals. So all these things. Now what happens? The public that are voting need to inform and communicate to the local municipality what their needs are. So my recommendation for the third ballot is where people are given that list of all service delivery stuff that is affecting their daily lives. And after voting the candidate, after voting the PR, they need to vote and inform which service delivery is of priority for them in that particular ward or constituency. So I live in Ward 65, for example, in eThekwini municipality. So in Ward 65, water and electricity disconnections and infrastructures burst water pipes every day. So my priority may be water, right? So when the information is consolidated, that information can be cascaded to the local municipality to say, the candidates that voted here, the bulk of them said that water is a serious problem. So when they are allocating budgets, Madam Chair, they will allocate budgets according to the needs of those people. So that is what I mean by participatory budget ballot. The reason why that is important, the people will feel wanted again. The people will feel that their needs and aspirations are being catered for. The people will feel that a part and part of a democratic South Africa. And it aligns very well with the constitutional values of accountability and transparency, because people have spoken. Now, what happens? We vote candidates in, or people are voting candidates in, and you don't see them. Only after 5 years they come back. So that's the problem. So one of the innovative ones is that particular one. The other one, Madam Chair.
Which would require probably constitutional and
Yes.
legislative amendments. Would you be agitating for those?
Yes, Madam Chair, because there needs to be changes, right? If we want the electoral system to work, and we want to eliminate apathy, and we want people to be patriotic again, we want people to rush to the polls again, right? We need to make changes. And the other one that is very, very important, Madam Chair, and I think lots of candidates spoke about, youth apathy. The youth are so apathetic, Madam Chair, right? They don't want to go to vote. They fed up. So my recommendation for the IEC is that in order to advocate and educate the general public, you need people on the ground. So I would like to recommend that the IEC introduce a election youth volunteer cadre program, right? Whereby the youth, there's large numbers of unemployed youth around the country. We need to employ the youth, right? And train them and skill them on voter education. We need to employ them on administration and so on. Like someone mentioned, most of the people that are used in electoral stations and so on are already employed educators and so on. We need to give work to unemployed people. So by employing them, and we can easily collaborate with the CETAs. The CETAs that will be interested in that training is the Education and Training CETA, the Public Service CETA, as well as the local government CETA. So if we skill these people, Madam Chair, we're not only giving them a certificate and a stipend, but we're giving them a skill. And that skill can be used during non-election times as well. So I would think that to cater for the youth, we need to involve them. And the more, and you know what, another very important thing those same people can use, we can deploy them to schools to go and talk about elections, talk about voter education, civic education, and so on. The same youth can go to malls, have pop-up stands at malls. We at the moment have a mall culture. Everybody, even in this room, will go to malls on a regular basis, right? There are 5 mega malls, and another, every place you go, there's malls. So we need to have pop-up stands, and this youth volunteers can go there and advocate for the IEC, educate the public on voting, educate. Because, Madam Chair, what I also noticed, that people do not know much about this thing. People are confused. For example, they didn't understand from general talk, they didn't understand last year's 3 ballot system. They don't know about NCOP. The normal people on the ground, they don't know about the National Council of Provinces. They don't know about the different tiers of government. They don't know about why there's a district municipality and a local government municipality, why there's a district mayor and a local mayor in the same street. They don't know. We need to educate the public about civic education and so on, so that everybody can understand, so that when they go vote, they're voting from an educated point of view. So I would think that the youth also is one of the innovative ways that I would like to introduce.
Advocate Mohan, you have questions? Okay. PP?
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon,
Good
Dr.
afternoon.
Governor. Besides civic education, what's your niche? What do you think you can most contribute by the IEC, considering recent political and even legal developments around the electoral system in our country?
One very, very important thing, and I know it's like not very well accepted by the IEC, is electronic voting system. Madam Chair and panel members, we are in the fourth industrial revolution. We are controlled by devices. Every one of us have a cell phone. In the deep rural area you go, the go-go's have a phone. The youth, youngest people at school and so on, they have phones. Everybody, they look at WhatsApp, Facebook, all different types of media. If we are so dependent on technology to survive now, and now with artificial intelligence, it's even worse. If we're so dependent on technology, we need to transform the electoral system into an electronic voting system. We need to look at best practices. Estonia is a very good example of how electronic voting is working foolproof. India, there's 1.6 billion people in India. 930 million people voted last year's election electronically. They were, nothing is foolproof. Just like the manual ballot system is not foolproof. Nothing is foolproof. But Madam Chair and panel members, if we can trust IT, and if we can trust our devices to control our money in the bank with our mobile apps that controls our transactions and our funds and everything, why can't we allow our phones to control our vote? You understand? Everything is technological. You can go and apply for your passport now at one of the banks. They have the biometric system. You can upload your information and so on, and you can get your passport, right? If it's done, if your personal information is captured in that way, why are we so scared to adopt or adapt to a technological change in the into the voting system in South Africa, right? So what I'm saying, and what I would like to recommend, if we are scared of technology in the elections, let's do a pilot study. Let's pilot technology with our diaspora communities in the UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, where we have South Africans living there. Let's pilot the program in a small scale and do electronic voting for all those people, so that if it works and we're comfortable that it's working, then let's now move it, progress to maybe the metros and so on, gradually, until we mature enough to embrace technology in our electronic system, in our voting electoral system. So I believe that that is one thing that we need to move. We need to move at rapid pace. Or, if you look at a map of the world and you look at all the countries that have embraced technology and electronic voter, it's so sad to see only Ghana in Africa is embracing technology, right? And South Africa is supposed to be in the forefront of, in the technological advancement. So we need not be afraid. We need to try it. Let's start with a pilot study and try to progress to a broader national, rollout. Thanks.
Do you have any experience in this regard that probably you can assist with?
Any?
Any experience in this regard that you could probably assist with to drive this major strategic intervention of electronic voting?
Yeah. So what I would like to propose with regard to electronic voting system, there's certain universities here, they use electronic voting to vote the SRCs and so on, right? They're comfortable with it, it's working well, and the youth are very happy with it. So what we need to do is to look at best practices. Let's go to Estonia. Let's find out how that system is functioning. Go to India. We have such good diplomatic relations with India, for example, right? Right. And I'm convinced they will be able to share that technological experience and progress with us, right? So let's use those international best practice and find how we can adopt it to a system in South Africa. So personally, I don't, but I would believe that we need to. And another thing is, what is very crucial, Madam Chair and panel, is that I come from a very strong research background. So I would believe that the IEC must use research and find out from the community their views about, do sample studies all over to find out the views about electronic voting. So, I mean, I generally spoke about, in the last few weeks in preparation for this interview, I spoke at random to people to get the views about the challenges and so on, even this weekend in Kariga. And they all said electronic voting will work because they all got phones, right? And what I'm saying is, let's research, let's conduct extensive research, let's look at best practices of other countries and adopt it in our country. Thank you.
Some research shows that part of the contributory factors to a lower voter turnout is the population mobility. And we know the socioeconomic circumstances in our country probably contribute to the population mobility. What partnerships would you suggest the IEC should engage in to address the situation?
Okay, right. I think before I even give you the partnerships, I must say that came up this weekend. When one of the community workers in Kariga told me, look at that house, and he pointed the house there. And he pointed the school there. He said, that people tried to go vote there, but they said they're not registered. They had to take transport to go register somewhere else, to go and vote somewhere else, because there was mobility. So we need that electronic system will work, because once you register your address and your decision, you can vote anywhere, right? You can vote anywhere. And you know what's the biggest problem, Madam Chair, is on voter day, right? On registration day, which is a holiday in South Africa, and voter day, it's a holiday in South Africa, the bulk of the people, a high percentage of people, use that as a holiday and a recreation to go to malls and so on. So what I'm saying is, we need to collaborate with the retail sector, for example, right? We need to collaborate with the retail sector and put pop-up registration and voting stations at the malls, because the people are inevitably going to be there, right? Because they've used that as an opportunity to bring their family to as a day outing. So we need to collaborate with the retail sector. There's 836,000 retail workers, bulk of them. I've just done a random, as a researcher, I'm always curious, and as an anthropologist, to ask people generally how they feel. Most of those people, they say, no, after they finish, they're too tired to go vote. So we're losing out on a very big sector of retail workers, 836,000 retail workers. So we need to collaborate with the retail establishments in the bigger malls and so on, put up pop-up thing. Another very important collaboration is with NGOs, right? NGOs play a vital sector in elections. There's a very good example of WEMP, W-E-M-P, Women Election Mechanism for Peace, right? That was established a few years ago by an NGO, and their role was to act as peace monitors and also conflict management at voter stations and everything. And I've been interacting with them in last year's election, and they were doing a remarkable work. So collaboration with the retail sector, collaboration with NGOs, collaboration with the Department of Basic Education, for example, because somebody mentioned that it is not the role of the IEC to provide civic education. So we need to collaborate with the Department of Basic Education so that civic education becomes an important element in the school curriculum, right? Life orientation is a by the way subject now. We need to make it living, right? And we need to add very important elements to the curriculum so that people are educated. So collaboration with the Department of Basic Education, Department of Higher Education for research, Department of, another good collaboration is, where there's a lot of foot traffic is the Department of Home Affairs, where people are sitting in queues. The hospitals, people are sitting the whole day, they're waiting for treatment. SASA offices, right? Department of Labor. You have large amounts of people there. We need to collaborate with those government agencies to promote IEC and advocacy, right? And by doing that, you have these same youth volunteers that I spoke about to go to those places and speak to people, give them pamphlets, educate them, show them maybe simulated ballots. But people, they're so confused because half of those logos are about the same colors. So people are confused. There's confusion in a voter. So we need to have simulated voter ballots, right? Where people have ballot papers simulated and the trainers showing them how to vote, right? So that on election day, they will do the right thing. So those collaborations are so vital for us to change the electoral system in this country so that we get more people. The whole idea, the ultimate end goal is to make people part of this country again. People are disjointed, fragmented. We need to bring them back in, right? I have spoken to a number of youth. They are so unhappy. We need to research with these youth structures, right? There's so much of youth structures. Collaborate with them, get them involved, because at the end of the day, there's another very important element that I don't want to miss. Social media. I'm very active on social media. We need to, for advocacy's sake, use social media influencers. Identify certain social media influencers who have a high number of likes, right? When they post videos, right? High number of likes. We need to engage with those social media influencers so that we can collaborate with them so that they can promote advocacy for the IEC. I believe that we can do that and we can increase the number of people to register. There's two elements that we need to worry about, Madam Chair and panel. One element is the number of people that are eligible to vote, but they don't want to register. And the number of people that have registered but don't go and register on those days. So those two elements we need to bring to the fore and try to work out strategies and collaboration with entities and structures, the corporate world. If we engage, for example, I'm not going to use any company's name, but with cell phone providers and everything, we engage with them and tell them to come and collaborate so that they can provide network coverage in all these places. Automatically, they're going to benefit because the economy is going to improve. If more people go vote and there's more, the percentage increases, then the economy starts growing and so on. So collaboration with all the corporate sector and government sector is crucial, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. That would be all from my side.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Govinda. We've reached the end of your interview. And unless there's anything you'd like to raise with us, you're free to go.
I'll be failing in my duty and if I don't say that in concluding this particular session, I think I have a responsibility together the other commissioners that's going to be appointed, whoever is going to be appointed. We have a responsibility to the citizens of this country, especially the youth sector. We owe it to them, right? They are the future leaders of this country. I owe it to my granddaughter Tanika, who turns 3 tomorrow, right? I owe it to Asanda Mbili, a young 15-year-old girl that we opened the doors for when she was 3 months old and embraced her as part of our family and gave her a new life, new education. I owe it to a number of youth in this country that they are the future leaders. And we need to do everything possible as the IEC to give them a platform and an opportunity to put that vote where it's supposed to be so they can make a difference in this community. And I would like to thank you all sincerely for giving me this opportunity. It was such an honor to be here amongst you guys, right? Thank you so much and God bless.
Thank you. All right, we'll adjourn for lunch. It's 15:11. Do we still take 45 minutes? Yeah. 45 minutes is enough. Okay. We'll come back at 4. Okay. We'll come back at 4 p.m. Mr. Abrams, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Chief Justice.
How are you?
I'm well. I'm relaxed and I'm ready.
Excellent. You are the very first candidate in my experience of interviewing people who've ever said they're comfortable, they're relaxed. It's good to hear. All right, sorry for keeping you waiting, but we'll try and get this done as quickly as practically possible. The panel in front of you is constituted by Advocate Supanya Mohale, who heads the CGE, the Commission for Gender Equality, Advocate Galega, the Public Protector, and Mr. Nissen, who heads the Human Rights Commission. And we will take turns asking you questions. And I go first. Shall we start?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Right. Are you a South African citizen?
I am indeed a South African citizen.
Right. Do you hold any high-profile position in any political party?
None whatsoever, but I'm known to all of them.
Okay. What educational qualifications do you hold?
Academically, I have a Bachelor of Commerce, majoring in accounting and economics, proudly achieved from the University of the Western Cape. Yes. And then I have since then pursued a number of short courses in executive development, as well as courses that would have equipped me to perform my duties and functions much better. And I can go into that with your permission.
All right, maybe go into that.
Sure. These courses, first of all, at the institutions, and they've changed names over the time, so forgive me if I quote them wrong, but at one stage, universities all used to have what they used to call business schools. They call them something else now. They used to call them graduate business schools. So I at the University of, or the Graduate School of Business at UCT, I pursued executive leadership. And then at the University of Stellenbosch Business School, project risk management. And in this instance, I actually helped to develop the course to make it election specific. Then I moved up north at the University of Pretoria. At that point in time, I think they called it continuing education. I did a 6-month course called the Senior Management Program, which is basically along the lines of a mini MBA. And then of late, also to make myself more relevant in terms of the needs and requirements as it relates to digital transformation, I pursued 2 courses at the Gordon Institute of Business Studies, that's GIBS, digital transformation, as well as artificial intelligence in business. And even before I did that, my passion is actually also in that area. It helped me a lot in terms of also bringing about a lot of innovation at the Electoral Commission. Election specific, I'm also an accredited, and I may not have put it in my CV, so pardon, I just realized when I came here, maybe it's also relevant. I'm an accredited, what they call LEAD, L-E-A-D trainer. And LEAD is basically a course content developed specifically for elections by the European Centre for Electoral Support, which have projects across the world internationally. And LEAD, even though it's not an acronym or an abbreviation, stands for Leadership and Conflict Management in elections. So it's customized specifically towards managing conflict, but within an elections sphere. And then maybe also academically, but not in terms of qualification. I've also been lecturing at the University of South Africa in a course offered by the Institute for African Renaissance. The course name is Managing Democratic Elections in Africa. And over the years, I think about 11 years, I think we've trained in excess of 500 people, mainly in election management bodies, but later on also in civil society across 30 countries on the continent. I pause there, thanks.
You have long experience in the Electoral Commission, 27 years?
27 years. It's 26 and a bit. If I had stayed on until the end of August, it would have been 27 years.
But before you got involved with the IEC, you had another career trajectory. You were
Yes.
once a trainee accountant. You were at
Yes.
Ernst & Young and DTI.
Yeah.
Tell us about that a bit.
Yeah. I basically sometimes refer to it as having lived different lives and being reincarnated. So initially, I lived the life of an accountant and an auditor. Because of the BCom, well, first and foremost, I went into teaching. And the reason why I went into teaching is as a result of financial constraints. In my final year, I took out a teaching bursary, which helped to pay for the fees. And as soon as I graduated, I went into teaching under the misconception that I would be released of my obligation for the 1 year bursary, 1 year teaching. But then I was quickly brought down to earth because I wasn't a qualified teacher and it didn't count. And at that point in time, I then left teaching and became and was fortunate in moving directly into a job at a multinational petroleum company as an accountant. Whilst I was there, I also requested, because someone had already been there, to go and serve articles. I was successful in serving, being seconded to go and serve articles at Ernst & Young. So there's the accounting and the auditing background. From then onwards, after articles, I did 1 or 2 small companies before I decided that I'm committed to assisting in building a new South Africa. So and forgive me if I'm getting the years wrong, I think it was in 90.
You can look.
Yes, but anyway, I applied for about 100 vacancies. I think at one point in time there was a big campaign, 11,000 jobs in the public service, and I applied for about 100 of them. I managed to get into the after a year of them sifting through the entire process, I managed to get in at the Department of Trade and Industry. And from the Department of Trade and Industry, where I ministered the Usury Act and credit and trade protection, from there I then moved on to state expenditure to an outfit called Central Computing Systems Services, which today is known as CETA, before they became an entity on their own. And there I manage, and this is where my affinity for innovation and tech started as well. I managed the national project for the rollout of provisioning administration in the public service. And I went back. That was all up here. I went back to the Western Cape after coming up here.
I believe you were a founding employee of the IEC
Yes,
in the Western Cape.
but first of all, I moved to the Western Cape because
That's what happens when you have a big CV.
now my mom was quite ill at that stage.
Oh.
And it's just so sad for me because by the time I got there, my transfer came through. Just a month before that, she passed on.
Oh.
But anyway, whilst I was in the Western Cape, once again pursuing the trade and credit protection area, I was in the Western Cape. I was acting consumer protector for a while until the job at the IEC came through. I got the calling, went through a rigorous and a thorough process, I think probably about 4 interviews. And I was the first employee of the IEC in the Western Cape, having to set up 73 offices, the recruitment, the IT, the finance, the budget, and all project-related stuff. So it was a very interesting time. At one point in time, I ran the IEC from the boot of my car. Yeah, so it was really challenging. It was just all adrenaline, pushing me on.
All right. And in the 26 and some odd years, you've built your way all the way up to General Manager of Electoral Operations.
That is correct.
What have you done in the commission? Concisely, in brief.
Chief Justice, maybe just to start off with, I think it's more in terms of asking what did I not do? And the answer is I basically did everything. I started out in the Western Cape as Director Admin and Finance for the first 2 years. So I was more on the administration, as I said, setting up the offices and the finance. But I already was running with the operational projects. And then because the first 2-3 years, we were all on contracts. And when we were offered permanent appointments, I became the manager, electoral operations for the Western Cape. So what that meant is that I was basically the chief operating officer in the province, running and directing all the activities. We do have in the provinces, we have a provincial electoral officer, and in the early years, that person was mainly there just for political management and on the conflict area. So I basically did everything. So in 2011, the opportunity came up for a senior manager or general manager, as we call it now, at the IEC, at the national office. I must also say that was the first time that a general manager position was advertised. It was not the first vacancy, but it was the first time it was advertised. And I then applied, was interviewed, and I was successful. So since 2011, I have basically been the cog of elections, running the key department called Electoral Matters or Electoral Operations, which involves, if I go through the electoral cycle, the registration of political parties, party liaison, candidate nomination, voter registration, voting results, setting up election results centers, creating conditions for free and fair elections. That is a conflict mediation program. And yeah, so all of the above, and then also obviously giving critical input on the streams that are not under my direct control. I'd be providing the input for voter education, as well as for the recruitment, for the training specifically. On training, I was a member of the training task team, giving input to develop the training material for electoral staff as well. Yeah. When it comes to election time, I'm also in the forefront. I'm a spokesperson for the Electoral Commission at the result center specifically, and even prior to that or post that, I would be as a spokesperson on national television, radio, sound bites, print media, all of the above. So I've engaged in that. During my time as a general manager, I've also had opportunity to interact on a strategic level I've been fortunate enough to have addressed an entire cabinet. I've also addressed various cluster cabinet committees, portfolio committees, select committees, not only for Home Affairs, which is the conduit for the IEC, but also to the one on governance for local government, as I had to also direct proposals or amendment to local government legislation on elections, which is covered in the Municipal Structures Act. Yeah, let me pause there. I can go on and
You can
and
go
on.
on and on.
Yes.
Well, your exploits have not been confined to South Africa.
Yes.
You have supported elections across our borders.
That
Tell
is-
us a little bit about that.
That is correct. In no specific sequence, I've worked with the United Nations, first of all, organizations, United Nations Development Program, the UN, the AU, as well as the European Centre for Electoral Support, and directly with the European Union projects as well. Starting up north in Tunisia, after the Arab Spring, the United Nations, in the form of the UNDP, sought my expertise for the Tunisians to learn on our model for the results transmission as it relates to speed, accuracy, as well as transparency. So I was fortunate enough to share our experiences there with them. In Lesotho, I had two opportunities there to dealing with the legislative reform process, and my expertise was specifically on electoral legislation and constitutional affairs as it relates to political rights and elections. Then for the African Union, I project managed an island on its own, one of the 3 islands in the Comoros, Anjouan, and that was a joint operation between the African Union and the United Nations. I've also been active in Botswana, doing capacity development. And currently, I am, I don't know if I've missed out anything. I've been on observer commission missions as well in Nigeria. Currently, I am in Ethiopia, in Addis, where I am working with the European Centre for Electoral Support, funded by the European Union, and also working with other agencies, the UNDP, as we are assisting the National Elections Board of Ethiopia as they are preparing for their election in about 12 months' time.
If you were appointed to this position, how would you bring all this experience to bear upon the Electoral Commission to improve its operations, in the execution of its objectives?
Thank you. Chief Justice, that's a very good question. I was saying last week to one of my colleagues, they were saying, South Africa is a very good example and a benchmark. And I was saying to them, I don't think you should just focus on South Africa. We have a lot to learn. We may look tech savvy and maybe have a fancy building and a GIS and lots of people and those things. And a lot of people can be influenced or intimidated by that. But there are simple things. For example, if I look at in Botswana, the example they do voter education there. We have our own strategy, but in Botswana, for example, they have a voter education team for a district. And it's not a lot of people, but these people are skilled. They're skilled in videography, desktop publishing, and those type of things. So when they go out into a rural village, not only would they be presenting an interaction, a voter education session, but they would also record it. So tomorrow they would go to a clinic, and instead of doing the whole thing all over again, they'll play the video. And they'll go around in a little minivan that has all the digital equipment and even a screen on the side, like we see nowadays with the taxis. So it's simple things like that that we can learn from the others. I'm not that I am, for example, suggesting this, but I'm thinking there are methods that we can learn this. In Sweden, we spend a lot of money. We spend a lot of effort and time, and we probably have a lead time of 3-4 weeks on printing ballot papers. In Sweden, for example, you have an option. So let's say, for argument's sake, there's 3 or 4 parties. They will have small pieces of paper, 3 or 4 colors in little pigeonholes. So if you want to vote, you just pull the color of the paper and you go throw it in a ballot box, done. Simple. No printing, no marking, no nothing. If you want your ballot to be secret, you can go get a white piece of paper, go into a booth and record it and do it. So I don't think that in South Africa we can say we have nothing to learn. We have lots to learn, and those are just few examples that we have. There's obviously also, if you look at the area of electronic voting, I know that there's a big debate currently, but there's nothing stopping us from starting with electronic voting. I'm not talking about the legislative elections for national, provincial, and municipality. There's absolutely nothing stopping us from starting the education by rolling out whatever is on the market. Because what we have currently done, we have done the research, we had the seminar, and we put it all in a book. Now, for Jabu staying in the rural village, I don't know what access he's going to have to that book. I don't know if he's going to have the time to read it. I don't know if it's in the language that his home language. So there's an old saying, and I'm not against research and all of that, but they say if you want to hide something from someone, put it in the book. I think electronic voting, for example, something very practical. And these things we can start immediately, whether it be in schools, whether it be in communities, whether it be ward committees. I know that the ones that's in the domain of the legislative assemblies, the legislative bodies, that requires legislation and an entire consultation process. But we need to get people involved by exposing them practically.
All right, I'll pause here and hand over to my colleagues to put questions to you if they have any. Advocate Tumachane?
Thank you. Mr. Abrahams, I just want to find out, with all the wealth of experience that you have as an employee of the IEC, how then are you going to manage and navigate your contributions to be at strategic and policy level as a commissioner? It's very easy sometimes to actually feel, okay, I've got all these ideas, I've got all this experience. How do I get it into the organization? How do you see yourself managing that? Because now you will be at you'll be at a pilot level, helicopter level, as compared to operations.
Thank you. Advocate, that's a very important question. And without being too critical, we have had people in the past who have come from the administration. Those lines were a bit grayed and at times, colored across the lines, so to speak. I think first and foremost, as far as my background is concerned, I understand separation of duties. I understand the manner in which the Electoral Commission operates. The Commission operates as if I could draw a comparison, as a board of directors we appoint a CEO, and the CEO is responsible for the administration. And the commission, engaging amongst themselves, when they need to engage with the commission, with the administration, then they engage with the CEO. There are opportunities to, and the background would help there when we do engage with the CEO. But our level should remain strategic. I see the role that I can, in terms of how it can assist operational, is to engage with, and my focus would be in terms of locally, to deal with key stakeholders, government departments, ministers, etc., to ensure that we are also aligned to some of the initiatives and innovation that we have within government, and to assist the administration in accessing that. Also, regionally, I think we have a key role to play, as well as with yourselves sitting in front. We have a formation called the Forum for Institutions Supporting Democracy. I think that there's a lot more than we can do together as a forum in the area of democratic governance, and that would be my focus areas. The administration, whilst they deal with operational matters, they also, the interaction that we would have would be in the structures that the commission currently have, and this is the only opportunity or where we interact on operational or with the administration, is on commission subcommittees. So for arguments, so for instance, we have the one on electoral operations, which is called the the EMC, one on research and voter education, etc. And that is where we would get the administration to account to us. But that would be my limitation that I see where we've got. I had similar challenge just in terms of making the transition advocate. When I came from the province to the national, I also had to relinquish, being involved at the grassroots level, and I successfully managed that transition. And I am confident that I can do this transition as well, specifically insofar as that I've mentioned, I've already engaged at that strategic level previously. Thanks.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, Mr. Abrams.
Afternoon.
In your resume, under your objectives, you state that, and I'll just concentrate on the last sentence, on why you've applied for this position. It's for strategic leadership, digital innovation, and deep-rooted knowledge to reinforce South Africa's democratic framework. And when you spoke to us today, you speak about the importance of the electronic voting. Now, what impact do you think the electronic voting will have within the democratic framework?
Thanks. I would hope that we determine that up front, because the debate is always just, when are we going to go electronic voting, without establishing up front what your outcome would be. I would hope that electronic voting, in whatever form, and we can go into in-depth discussion on that, would increase voter turnout. I would hope that it would improve the accuracy and lessen the challenges that we have and litigation post-election. And I would also hope that not just implementing electronic voting for the sake of electronic voting, that we can also bring about cost reductions, because the cost of elections is spiraling, and very soon we're not going to be able to afford elections. We are seeing on the continent, we are seeing that when it comes to elections, that some EMBs are doing this. And when it comes to democracy, I don't think an EMB should be doing that. Furthermore, I would also hope that, well, not hope, one of my outcomes would also be that results would be made available as soon as possible, soonest at least, in South America, in Venezuela and Brazil, where the opportunities, not Brazil, Argentina, and Venezuela. I have seen that elections stop at 7 o'clock. By 9 o'clock, the result is known, and then everybody goes home. The sooner the results are known, the less fertile ground you have for conflict. I know in South Africa we have 7 days, but the Electoral Act also says as soon as possible. And if you drag these things out, you know, there are sort of tensions. So that's my response in terms of what I would expect to have on the outcomes on electronic voting. Those few.
Considering that South Africa is an unequal society, and how would you then mitigate the factors of those who do not have access to digital systems?
Yeah, and this is why I said earlier is that we need to start rolling out all the options that are available on electronic voting. There seems to be a perception out there that electronic voting as in its totality is esoteric and requires infrastructure, etc. And that notion is false. So if I look at recently at our electronic voting seminar that we had a machine that only requires electricity, nothing else. And in fact, it could probably also operate with battery. So there's no other infrastructure required. The training is quite simple. You get a ballot paper that is not marked. When you activate it on the voting machine, your ballot paper comes onto the screen. Now, I'm sure that the argument that we're trying to make about unequal access, I'm sure those very same people that we are referring to go to an ATM machine, and they're able to understand the prompts. On a voting machine, you can put pictures that they are acquainted to and touchscreen, and there you go. And the choice is then marked on the ballot paper. And that is how simple it is. Notwithstanding that, I think we can also do a bit more when it comes to voter education in using all the media available to us. But in terms of the thinking about resources, etc., some of the more technically challenging ones would be internet voting, where you may not have that broadband, but there's nothing preventing us, should we introduce electronic voting, from having a dual system. So I think in South Africa, specifically when it comes to the election, but also in other areas, I think our thinking must stop that we, working on the lowest common denominator. It is possible for different strategies to work simultaneously. So in the case, for example, let's say we go electronic voting, internet voting, sorry. We could have a pre-approval process. So you apply and you say, I am going to do my voting at home on the internet. Then your name could be marked off the voters' roll so that you don't go to the voting station. Whoever still wants to go to the voting station can do so and cast the ballot there. Not only are you now dealing with the ones who can, and maybe their situation is that they can't move away from home, you also deal with those who may not have the infrastructure, broadband, etc. They can still go. However, at the end of the day, by lessening the load on the voting station, you'll have less people there. So Gogo coming to vote will have less time to stand in the voting station other than having to compete with everyone. So it is possible for the two to coexist where there are those challenges. But ideally, we have made the transition on a number of areas when it comes to technology. There's ATM machines, as I've mentioned. I don't think that there are banks anymore that issue cash inside. So everybody has been aligned to that. And secondly, if I also look at some of the studies, South Africa actually has the largest penetration of smartphones as a percentage of its population in the world. So we must not underestimate ourselves. But as I've mentioned, where you have those cases, let's provide for both scenarios.
Just lastly, having been at the IEC for so many years, and now that you've left, do you have any different outlook on how things could be done differently? And what are those areas that you think can be improved?
I think my colleagues would always tell, I've always had a different outlook. So let me just share, say maybe five with you at a high level, and then see how many of them I can go into detail, considering time. So first and foremost,
2 would be sufficient. So,
two would be
yes,
sufficient.
thank
Okay.
you.
First and foremost, I'm going to deal with the voters' roll, and then secondly, let's say voting day, voting efficiency, voting station efficiency. So on the voters' roll, there's two aspects, qualitative and quantitative. The qualitative aspect was dealt with in the Constitutional Court, first of all in the Electoral Court in Calm versus the IEC matter, and then the IEC took the matter to the Constitutional Court in the Mhlope matter. And the court clarified for us there that qualitatively we need to have addresses. And we started, I actually worked on this process. At one point in time, we had 24 million voters. I can still recall it was 8 million that had addresses, 8 million incomplete, and about 8 million roughly that had no addresses. Today, we have less than 1 million. But I warned the commission at the administration at that point in time is to say, getting the addresses is not the problem. The problem is going to start once we have the addresses. And true to form, this is what happens. Specifically in by-elections, we have objections at every by-election, and the commission is now seized actually having to become operational in dealing with these objectives. I have argued for a very long time that we need to have a unit, a focused unit working on maintaining the voters' roll. Maintenance of the voters' roll was my responsibility, but I had 2 people doing voters' roll maintenance. Ideally, I should have a team of about 20 people sitting and sifting through that voters' roll in the same way that a political party sifts through that voters' roll ahead of an election. And this would ease, this proactive work would ease a lot of burden on the Electoral Commission. Secondly, as far as the quantitative aspect of the voters' roll is concerned, there may be an argument to say that, well, as a result of voter apathy and a democratic recession, the voters' roll is not growing as it should. I have a different view. Currently, we have a gap of about 14 million. I have gone through the data, and the data tells me that about 6 million of these people are under the age of 30 and they have a smart card ID. And that is a big concern. The voters' roll is currently at its highest of 27 million. However, the gap is growing. So there are smart ways of dealing with this challenge. First of all, we know who the people are that are not registered. We know who they are because of the fact that we verify the voters' roll against the population register, and the fact that each South African citizen is uniquely identified by an ID number. Simple maths tells us who's registered, who's not registered. On that matter, one can then go and dig a bit deeper, in the data ecosystems. For example, education, without infringing on privacy. I would also be able to know, are these people at school? In which school, in which district are they? Get the numbers. And that should inform strategy as far as voter registration is concerned. Currently, we're doing 2 registration weekends, which is extremely costly, and it's a spray and pray approach. The cost per voter is extremely high. So we're not getting bang for our buck. And as I've mentioned earlier, cost reduction for me is a big thing. Let me move on quickly to voting day. Voting day is, I don't think, should just be seen as, getting election machinery together. Voting day is an opportunity where we set the table for South Africans to exercise their Section 19 political rights. And they have to wait 5 years. If you look at national to national or local to local elections, we ask them to wait. They wait for 5 years, and in their lifetime, they may not probably see 4 or 5 elections. But after having waited 5 years for that election, they come to the voting station. And at the same voting stations, we ask them to still wait a little bit longer. We may argue and say this is anecdotal, the long queues. However, this can be proved factual. I'm a data-driven person, and if one looks at the data collected by our VMD machines, we can find out which machines, how many people voted after 9 o'clock. And that should give us an indication that we really do have a challenge. Before I left the organization with a set of, I had a workshop, and my parting gift to them was a set of proposals to improve voting station efficiency, which included, amongst others, first of all, redesigning the voting process so that we can release bottlenecks, introducing additional machines as well as supplementary machines. We find now that because of the fact that the VMD wasn't scanning as fast as it should, I believe that they've also put out a tender to now add a handheld scanner which scans your ID within milliseconds, so that will help in the process. Simple things as the choice of venue. And I believe as commissioner, where the administration fails, that I'll be able to call on my counterparts within government, work with them in partnership to say that we really need to do better as far as voting stations is concerned. And this is where we can learn from the African continent. On the continent, you don't get told you can't use the voting station, the venue as a voting station. In South Africa, this is unique. And this happens government property, and we have interministerial task teams dealing with elections, but we still have schools that say, no, sorry, you can't have this venue, or you can't have that, go into a classroom, etc. So those are the 2 things. As I said, there's many more, but let's leave it there.
Thank you. That will be it from my side, CJ.
Thank you, Pipi. I just want to follow up briefly on your main response to the questions put to you by Pipi on the escalating cost of elections. And I find it chilling that there could be a day when we can't afford to hold elections. Now, the examples you have mentioned seem to point the finger at the way the commission is running its operations. Am I right? Why is it becoming expensive, prohibitively expensive to run elections? And
I think that over the years, Chief Justice, the strategy has remained the same. And in fact, it's just been added on. There's been no fresh thinking. And the ideas that I'm sharing here with you now, I've shared for a number of times. There's, for example, two of the big cost drivers for this election is the fact that we have 2 registration weekends opening up the voting stations. I believe there's method in that, but one should suffice so that voters are acclimatized with their voting station. But you can achieve much more with 2. We did 1 registration weekend, I think ahead of the what I refer to as the COVID election. There was also a previous occasion where we have done it. The yield in terms of in fact, probably a rough estimate is that 50% of all registration activity is what I would deem unnecessary, because it's people that re-register in the same voting district with the same details. So that does not really add any value. Secondly, there's also the local delivery mechanism. We have just built on and increased this model instead of thinking differently. And this debate has come up time after time in within the administration. I'm not privy to what the response of the commission is, but we have, and this is now also where other institutions say, but we want to be like the IEC. We have an office in each and every municipality. And in each and every municipality, we have computers and etc. So you'll find that other institutions will say, no, but the IEC is having that, we also do that. There's absolutely nothing stopping us from working in clusters. At this point in time, if you look at the value that you get out of a local office outside of election time in terms of what you invest in that, it just does not make sense. And also, as I've mentioned, we are working with public funds. 27, 28 years, and the model has not been rethinked. So we really need to be conscious of the fact that this cannot continue. If you're looking at local delivery, we're talking here about renting office space. Office space is only going to increase, even if it's the same office space. At what point in time do you then get to the point whereby there's no more funds to do operational work? I don't know what the exact figure is, but if I'm looking at just in terms of office accommodation and in terms of what we invest in registration weekends, I am sure it is a sizable chunk, probably close to about 40, 50%. And I'm now not even talking about the salaries. I'm just talking about the investment in that. And I think we can do better. We can do better in becoming more efficient. And in becoming more efficient, it does not mean that we become less effective, because different strategies can also bring about more efficiency. In fact, one of my passions is that decision making should be data driven. And I have this passion for data, and in terms of analyzing data, and the data tells us what happened, and the data can also project to us exactly what is going to happen, and at what point we're going to get to a level whereby we just can't afford this anymore.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Abrams. Oh,
No, she has a follow-up question, so
sorry.
we'll get to you now. No.
Sorry. Thanks. I just want to follow up on your issue when you were saying I just want to follow up on your issue when you were saying there isn't a need for 2 weekends of registration because it's the same people who come to check on whether they are registered or not. I would imagine that for me is one of the many indicators of commitment to exercise this Section 19 rights, and therefore that should be welcome. But what we should rather be arguing is how does the IEC then bring more people to register and more to check on their registration? You know, that is a comment for me. I just wanted to make that. But my question is actually on, as you aptly said, voting day. I've noticed on voting day that at several stations, especially in suburbs, you have domestic workers, despite the fact that that day has been officially declared as a holiday. They come in their uniform, they come with their employer family. Some of them, in the last elections, because of the Section 24 debacle, they ended up not voting because they would say, I was just given lunch, or I actually snuck out. It was my lunchtime. My employer does not even know that I'm here. How does the IEC, if you were to come in, how would you make sure that that day is a day for everyone to exercise the Section 19 in order to achieve everything else in the Bill of Rights?
I think that's a very important question, but maybe just very briefly on your first comeback. We have online registration, something that I initiated at the Electoral Commission that has provided more new registrations than what we have at register, and that's ongoing 24/7, and you can do it at home as well. I think, you know, and as I've mentioned, we must stop thinking as the Electoral Commission as just providing the machinery and saying there we have put a voting station, we put staff, we put ballot papers there. Your question deals directly with the concern that I have as well. The focus should be the voters and their Section 19 rights. This another thing that we've been married to, that we're not moving from, is the fact that elections is on a Wednesday, which would be problematic for domestics, which is problematic for nurses, which is problematic for truck drivers, which is problematic for
everyone.
For everyone.
For me.
Now, the logic initially, and I'm privy to this because I've been there since the beginning, and times have changed and we need to adapt. The logic initially was that it's going to be a public holiday. So to ensure, as what happens on your day, Reverend Nissen, people call it Bride Day, that the public don't abuse this, and instead of exercising or celebrating, whether it's now human rights or going to express their Section 19 political rights, etc., that you have it on a Wednesday, because Wednesday is smack bang in the middle, and it won't lead to long weekends that people will now go camping and those. I think that argument is dead. For me, what would work better, and I think also for those who work, it won't address everyone, but it will be a little bit more flexible. Instead of having special votes Monday, Tuesday, and then voting day on a Wednesday, I would say, let's shift it. This is one of the proposals, to say Saturday, Sunday, and then you have the public holiday on a Monday. It's still just one day. I don't know how many, if you want to take a long weekend, you were in any event going to take a long weekend. First and foremost, it will address the issue of your nurses, because nurses don't work, I don't think they work 3 days in a row. They work 12-hour shifts, but they work 2 days on, 2 days off. Your truck drivers, your domestics, I think most common is, and even farm workers, Weekends is the day that they have off. So that's one of the things. Secondly, I think that this is also, and maybe at times the Commission needs to take hold of this because it's such a serious matter. We allow this to be dealt with maybe at a lower level, that we engage with farmers' unions, agricultural societies, as well as labor federations as well. That these matters get discussed at that level to say that, this is the one day that we should ensure that people have the opportunity to go and express their right. I'd even go a bit further in setting up a hotline that if anybody feels that their political rights are being withheld from them, whether it now being by an employer. I know there's also other issues. Sometimes there's loan sharks holding back people's IDs and then they can't go vote. Those are the things that I think we need to intervene, not just as the IEC, but all the structures within democratic governance. And so I'm more and more leaning towards the fact that elections is not just the IEC's business. It's everyone's business. And we should all get involved in ensuring that each and every citizen has the opportunity to, whether he decides to go or not at the end of the day, that's obviously their personal choice. But there should be no administrative burden and there should be no hindrance or obstacles in their way.
Another follow-up. Okay, sorry. There's another follow-up.
Thank you. Just one follow-up. From the part of voters verifying their registration, isn't it possible for the IEC itself to send bulk messages to voters as a confirmation that they're still on the voters roll, and that only those who've got certain amendments to make can then make those, and also give provision online to make those amendments, and those who do not have access can then access the points?
Absolutely. Yes, it's possible. So, and as I mentioned, this is the contribution that I can make in terms of being innovative and understanding data. I had, as I said, just before I left, there was a whole host of things that I'd done just to make sure that I didn't even know that I would be nominated and standing before you. I was, so my parting gift to the organization was to also do a number of what I call JAD sessions, Joint Application Design, and some of the proposals that I've made there or thought through to say that I would like to see infused into the systems is, first of all, to build things like WhatsApp into the systems, whether it as front end or as auxiliary in terms of sending back. Now, voters, when they register, or whether it be on the VMD, on the weekends or online, they now give us they're required to give us a contact number so that we can establish a profile for them by sending them a one-time PIN. So we have the contact details. So it is possible for us, for example, to, besides the general populace, if there's a by-election and a voter is in a by-election, we can send a personalized message to him and say, Sipo, there's a by-election, did you know? And say, yes, the list of candidates and here are the elections. All of those things are possible. We can also, as I've mentioned earlier, by looking at other data ecosystems and infusing them with the IEC's data, we can say to those, we can identify those who are not registered. We can say to them, whether it's a WhatsApp message or whatever, to say, we noticed, if you want to, this is why you need to register. If you want to register with an interaction, most importantly, when it comes to this, I think there should be no cost to the voter when we interact with them. Because as soon as you need to interact with a voter and you're talking about data, that is when you lose half of the people. People would rather, if they do have data, they will probably spend it on either messaging the family or checking their Facebook status or whatever. The last thing they're going to do is to check the IEC. Am I registered or interact with them? So no cost to the voter, and this can be achieved two ways. Either reverse billing, so the interaction, as long as the person wants to interact, we accept that cost. Or secondly, we approach, and this is the work that I've been doing as commissioner, the telcos, the mobile telephone companies, and to ask them to zero rate as their contribution towards social investment in this regard. So we can interact with them as much and on different platforms, whether it is voter registration, whether it's voter information, whether it's voter education, all of those things. It is possible. We can interact with the people who are not registered. We can interact with the people who are registered. I can even go and find out using voter participation details to find out people who are registered but did not vote and identify them and target them. And these are the ways that we can deal with the issues of voter apathy, etc.
Your turn.
Thank you, CJ. Mr. Abrams, I'm partly covered by the questions asked earlier on, but also you mentioned even now on the voter apathy, and we've seen in the last elections that there was almost very few people. If I can say it, we were given the statistics about how many people actually went to vote, and there were actually 12 million who didn't vote. Half of them are registered, and other half are not registered. What will you do in the event that you're successful with voter education in the first place? And you said we can learn a lot from other countries, and we must look at best practices. But voter apathy is a real challenge. But also, it's got another challenge. If you say that, the cost is going to increase for the IEC. So if you have more people on your registration list, and you have also now more voters coming to the fore, will that also increase the cost?
Thanks, Reverend. If I could deal with the last issue first. Notwithstanding the low voter turnout, the IEC budgets and prepares for 100% voter turnout, so it's not going to impact on the cost. So we'll get 100% of the ballot papers, even though only less than 60% arrive. We'll have 100% of the staff that we think should be dealing with this. We also would get, for example, where we have voting stations with large numbers, we'll have what we say voting centers. Forgive me for keep on saying we. I am no longer with the IEC, but when I say we, I mean the IEC. So 100% is already paid for, so there's no additional cost. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I divorce myself, maybe just as an opening statement, I divorce myself from the notion and the excuse that we are in a democratic recession worldwide. I think that is relative, depending on where you see yourselves. We, as an emerging democracy, maybe, we are now 30 years into our democracy, and in terms of the norms and standards out there for who determines this, after 30 years, you should be a consolidated democracy, or at least consolidating. And when you are consolidated democracy, you should at least have leveled out. But we are still going down. So the next election, if we are saying now we have consolidated, is going to be a key indicator as to whether this matter has been dealt with or arrested or not. So what would I do? I think, as I've said, first and foremost, to increase the role And there is some resistance. Well, let's not say resistance. Some of the arguments is to say that we have a democracy, participation is voluntary, and so is registration. Now, that could hold true. But what we have found, or at least not found, this is something I alerted the organization to a few years ago, to say that this thing about apathy, and we can go into that as well if we need to, is predominantly rife amongst the youth. And then I ask myself, let's look at that category. Just focus at that. We can come back to the rest. If you look at the youth, first of all, those first-time voters are not on the voters' roll automatically. They have to register. Somebody who's 40, 50 would probably have been there already. Now, the age progression tells us that voters will eventually come on board, because the gap, the older, the further down the line, the age brackets, the gaps becomes a little bit smaller. Now, the fascinating thing about the purported apathy amongst the youth is that once we have registered them, then their participation is above 70%. They far exceed voter turnout, the average. That is an opportunity. And we really need to grasp and engage that opportunity. As long as we sit and we resign ourselves to the fact that there's voter apathy as a result of the fact that the general populace there are alienated by political isolation and whatever is happening out there, we are going to fall into that trap. But if we focus, and I've mentioned earlier, in terms of how we can do this, we can target this sector of the population by using data and data-driven decision-making and analysis, and in partnership with departments such as education, universities, and with the institutions supporting democracy. There is definitely an opportunity for us, first of all, to increase the role, but also that contributing factor of the fact that they are much higher than the average consistently. That could also bring up the voter level. So I do not accept the fact that I think we're playing into that discussion that there's a democratic recession, and we can explain and we should be satisfied that in terms of international norms, I think we can do much better.
All right. We've reached the end of your interview. Thank you for a very interesting presentation and for making yourself available for this important position. And before we let you go, I just want to assure you that you've done very well for yourself. I have no doubt that your mother is very proud of you where she sits, right? Anything you want to say?
Thank you.
I touched that nerve again. Sorry.
Thanks, Chief Justice. I think I will be of value, and to be able to play a lead, should I have the blessing of this panel, is that I'll be bringing something new to the Commission that I haven't had before. As I've said, I'm innovative. Most of the innovations at the IEC I have initiated. I have also aligned myself to modernization, and I think that the IEC, in one of its powers, duties, and functions, it says that we should actually also promote not only staff development, but also technology and etc. And I think I can definitely play a role in that, and specifically in collaborating with other government departments, and to this end make a contribution in terms of Project Vulindlela Phase 3, the modernization of the public service. Yes, the IEC is independent, but we should not be independent in as far as that we are left behind. At one point in time, we were very technologically advanced, but we have regressed. I'm just looking at, sorry that I'm taking so much time. There's just one thing now. The government has now released this white paper about cloud first, to go cloud computing. The IEC is still battling with this. The Department of Home Affairs, through their modernization campaign, wants to bring in, applications which could be used in voter registration as well. Facial recognition, NFC, this tap and go, near field communication. Those are opportunities for the IEC. I also feel that the one area that we didn't cover here today, on the issue of social media, we see it as a threat, but it's actually an opportunity. And as long as you don't use it as an opportunity, it will continue to be a threat to you, because we're always going to be on the back foot. Thank you.
Thank you. You may go. Candidates of the day. A long day. I'm so longer for you waiting all this time.
Yeah. No, it's okay.
You're an old hand at this. Doesn't phase you. All right. How do you pronounce your name? Is it Moyepwa?
Moyepia.
Moyepia.
Yeah,
I have
Moyepia.
an ill-disciplined tongue. Okay, I think I got it. Okay. Should we straight ahead? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, good. You are the chairperson, the outgoing chairperson of the Electoral Commission, not so?
Correct.
So it would be safe to assume that you satisfy all the statutory requirements for one to be a commissioner
I think
in
it's
this
safe
body.
I
You're a
think
South
it's
African
safe, yeah.
citizen, not a member, high-profile member of a political party, all of that.
No, I'm not a member, and
Okay.
I think it's safe to proceed on that basis.
All right. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, how you rose to this position, as briefly as you possibly can?
Thank you. Well, I joined the Electoral Commission in 1998 in a technical area, in logistics.
Where did you come from before that?
I came from Barloworld, logistics. Barloworld sold a division I worked in to Bidvest, but I was excluded from the deal and I left. So I headed the logistics division of Barloworld, and they were selling it to Renfreight at the time, and I thought no, I'd rather move, and so I joined the Electoral Commission, and in those years we were establishing many functions, and I had the privilege of establishing the logistics function as we know it today. I progressed shortly thereafter to a senior position. It was in fact after a year. After another year, I progressed again into another position, and I ended up in the executive of the IEC. Then I served, of the just under 19 years I served in the administration of the commission. 16 of those years were either in the executive. In fact, they were all in the executive, and 5 of those 16 I was the chief electoral officer for the commission.
Right.
Yeah.
And so how many years have you been there?
It's just under 19.
Under
It's
19
about
years.
18 years, 7 months. I was in the administration. 11 of those I was a member of the executive committee. I was sitting at the level of deputy chief electoral officer, and then another 5 as the chief electoral officer. I left in April. April 2017, I left the commission.
Right. In all these years, what would you say is the contribution you as an individual made to the commission, to help it discharge its constitutional obligations? And maybe let me just give you a full question. And what challenges do you see remain to be addressed, and how, what fresh insights, what you'd be bringing to address those challenges, if there are any, if you are given this opportunity again?
Well, the work of the commission is not static, really. It changes, and we have seen that recently. In the last 5 years, I think that the commission has gone a significant change in both the work it does. Its mandate has changed substantially. We have seen demands on the work of the commission itself also changing. And let me give you 2 examples. We now have political funding as an institution within the institution of the Electoral Commission. It was not so before. It's a fairly recent development. It's something that has happened in the last 5 years. That's one. 2, I think in the political environment within which the commission operates, about 10 years ago, if you managed 50 by-elections a year, it would have been a lot. In fact, it was less, I think. At the moment, we do by-elections almost weekly. And so there are significant changes in the work that has happened. And I imagine that those changes will continue to ring in at a very fast pace. But that's where we are. I think as I anticipate how things work or will work, I think one, we will have a commission that not only operates for its own good. In other words, it would not be a commission that is internally focused. We have a significant influence as the Electoral Commission of South Africa to work that is done by other commissions, especially around us, immediately around us. But the contribution that the world expects from us. We have just come out of leading the Association of World Election Bodies. As South Africa, we have finished our term there, but the demand for our involvement, our assistance, our leadership continues to grow. We don't, at least from where I sit, I anticipate that this commission, or the 5 members of this commission, would be leaders. They would not be just persons that will find something to do, will be persons that will be involved in a work of a great institution. But there will be people who will appreciate that the institution has done well, but there are great demands on the institution, and there'll continue to be great demands, and that they will make contributions that perhaps even other members of the commission before us have faced. I get to talk to previous members of the commission and chairpersons for that matter. And sometimes when we reflect at the work they have, or the demands they faced, those are very different demands from the work that we do today. They were very, very important. They were tough in their time, but the demands we face today have changed and are tough in our time as well. So that's really what I think. And I do think that internally in the institution, there has been a demonstration without doubt that the institution is very well poised. It has very experienced, very good staff. They are authorities in many areas of the work that they do. They hold very well in their work against their or in comparison to their counterparts in the world. And so the task, therefore, is to lead people like those. It is to give them direction, to motivate them, to encourage them, and to set goals that are tough, but that must be achieved, for the demands that we face as a country.
Well, the candidates who came before you highlighted a number, well, let me say some possible areas of improvement in the manner in which the Commission conducts its business. And one of them made the point which I found quite frightening, to say the least, that the cost of running elections is escalating to a point where one of these days we may not be able to afford to hold an election. Would you agree with that assessment? And if you do, what is the problem? Who's not doing what they're supposed to do? What is missing? And how would this problem be stemmed?
Okay. On a light note, Chairperson of the session, I leave it to the panel to reflect on that. But from where I sit, really, South Africa has done well in looking at electoral democracy and how it functions in this country, at least from a governance perspective. You will recall that matter in 1999 of the new National Party versus the President of the Republic of South Africa and others, which was about what does the independence of this institution mean? In terms of providing the finances, allowing it to do the work it is meant to do in the Constitution, how it is funded, and so on and so forth. That piece of jurisprudence continues to serve our country well. We are completely funded from the national fiscus. And government or administration after administration, that issue has not arisen again in a different disguise. So in my mind, that issue of our independence is settled. And if I understand this commission, and I know this commission, if that matter were to be revisited, I am sure it would be dealt with speedily, using the means of resolving it as quickly as possible. But I don't think it'll arise, because I think we have come to appreciate it as a nation, and we have come to appreciate it in the context of the work that the Electoral Commission is doing. So in my mind, the chances of one day being told there's just no money to do this work, I think they're fairly distant from where I sit.
But would you still agree that the national fiscus is severely strained?
Yes, that is the
and
issue.
that if there's room to cut on costs, those should be pursued.
Yeah,
And
that is
there such room in the operations of the commission?
Yeah, I think that really is the issue currently. The issue is not so much whether there would be money. I think it is the extent to which funding would be available. And
maybe I exaggerated. You credit to the other candidate.
Yeah. I think, and we see it. We see it election after election, and I must say we work with Treasury from the Commission's point of view. We work with them extremely well. We fight a lot, but we get a lot agreed and done. In the context of the economic situation and our national needs put together, I think one can't say, we have not been provided for. I think we do. You compete with health, you compete with education, you compete with all of these essential services, education, justice, all of them. And I think from that point of view, all of us have to find solutions that will help us deal with the work that we need to deal with in the best way possible. I can imagine that there are aspects of the work that we do. When you print ballot papers, it'll cost 20 cents a page of a ballot. So you can, if you have 90 million to print, you have 90 million, you can multiply by 20 cents a page. But if you educate somebody, at what point do you say this is enough education, you're now stopping? So there are areas of work that will forever, need us to find better ways of resourcing them, better ways of collaborating with others, how best we can add value to those areas of work, and that's what we will continue to do. But I do think, from where I sit, my outlook is it's not doom. It is one that is tough and one that needs reason, and that's why I say leadership would need to find reason. They would need to find ways to deal with it, and that is, as I see it, the challenge that all of us in leadership positions, wherever we sit, have to accept, at least for now and for the foreseeable future, at least, we're going to have to deal with these issues and deal with them tough but well.
Are there any new lessons you derive from the last election? And if there are, what are they? And given another chance, how would you do things differently?
Chief Justice, no one election is the same as another. none at all. There are always going to be tough lessons we learn from an election. There are things you'd go into an election thinking, you know, they would not happen, or you've done so well, you know, that the chances of them not happening would be minimal. And they may still arise. So, you know, when we come out of an election as a nation, and this I can't take credit for, I've just been a party, you know, a part of that work happening here. But South Africa is very well aware that we cannot just come out of an election and say some things have not gone well. Let's see what we'll do with them in the last election. We actually debrief. We look at what exactly has gone wrong. We face our own devil, so to speak, and we confront them. We speak about them openly, and we see what it is that we can do. And we then, you know, catalog all of those things that need to be dealt with. We prioritize them, and we schedule them in our program of action. If there are things that we need to do before the next set of elections, we will go and do them. If there's legislation that has to be proposed to Parliament, we will do that. We will go to Parliament and say, well, after consulting, obviously, extensively with our stakeholders, because that's how we debrief. We go through all of our stakeholders, political parties, the media, civil society organization, our own staff, in the institution itself. We will then end up in Parliament and look at legislation, and we will do that work. So that, in my view, is going to be a never-ending cycle of the work that we do. If we stop doing that, I think we will stop looking at improvements to the work that we need to do as a nation.
And how would you answer someone who asked you why you should be given a second bite at the cherry, and why this august opportunity should not be given to somebody else who will perhaps bring, you know, new ways of doing things, new fresh thinking, fresh blood?
I have actually done it the other way around. When I was approached for you know, to accept the nomination, I asked that question. I said, you know, why should I, in your eyes, be doing this? I was convinced when those who approached me indicated a few things, three of which were: one, the looking at how difficult elections are becoming, not only here, but around the world. And we can talk about that if you asked what some of those things are. Two, when we looked at where we are in our electoral democracy 30 years later, we're talking about an electoral reform panel whose work needs to be completed at the end of August this year. And once they complete that work, this nation will engage as to whether, you know, what electoral system we need to use in 2029, not as to whether, in fact, when we get to 2029, what electoral system must be in place. Not only that, legislation must have gone through, well, in fact, consultations must have gone through, legislation drafted, electoral acts revised, and systems, you know, IT systems and other things that we do would need to be done. When we look at that period between now and the elections taking place in 2024, everyone will tell you that period is very complex and is very short. So the people are saying to me, you know, this is the time when we need steady hands the most. The third thing, and that for me, it's a thing that is humbling. People cited the fact that, you know, you have served with a great deal of commitment, of trust, and of integrity, and it's not time to do that. And I've accepted that. I've accepted the challenge that If it is so, if it is value that one can still continue to add, there is no harm. I am a South African. This is my country. I love the work we do, and the contribution would not be a problem to make if I'm able to make it.
All right, I'll pause here. Public protest.
Thank you, CJ. Good afternoon, Mr. Mwepe.
Good afternoon, Advocate Elega.
Yeah, I guess if you are holding the fort and you again standing for the position, it can't be that easy because it's not about what you are going to do, it's about what you have done.
Yes.
What have been your highs?
Well, it has been, seeing every one of the tough challenges completed and the work standing. It is almost like the pinnacle of the work that we do. There are times when you do it, and particularly in the last elections, you thought that the end is not coming as quickly as you wanted it to come, but it comes, and it's not because you're waiting, it's because you are contributing, you're making significant contributions to bring that about, and so for me. Serving this nation in that capacity has been a great honor and a privilege. There are many South Africans who could have done it. It just happened to be us at this time.
The Mhlophe matter.
Yeah.
What do you think you could have done differently?
As they say, hindsight is the perfect science. It's when you look at what has happened and, now that you did something, that's not exactly what, happened. But Mhlophe, as you would recall, Advocate Kalega, is a matter that is very intricately related to CAM. In CAM, there were a number of issues. I can think of 4. In CAM, something very fundamental happened. There were by-elections that were taking place. I think there were 7 of them. There were provisions in the Electoral Act, in Section 16 of the Electoral Act, that dealt with the voters' roll and how how it is provided and what details of that roll are provided. It had a provision that says we provide addresses where addresses were available. Previously, when voters registered, the important thing was the station at which they registered, because that's where they were going to vote, and they were told it would be their place of ordinary residence. When CAM came, it changed that very deeply. It said addresses being available doesn't mean available to us. It means that there is an address, and we needed to have that address and make it available to anyone that needed that. And our voters' roll didn't have it. It was never that issue before. The second issue was that in the context of those 7 by-elections in Tlokwe, which had a context within which they happened, there were 7 people who were expelled from their party. They stood as independent candidates against their party, and so raised these things and said, we are disadvantaged because we are individuals and we don't have facilities. We need you as the Commission to be providing addresses for us so that we know how to campaign in specific areas. So it raised the question not only just of the voters' roll. It said a voters' roll must be accurate. It must provide addresses that someone can go and use for campaigning purposes. The third thing was that the parties were suggesting that in fact, they were not suggesting, it happened, the court favored them. The elections that were held CAM said those elections must be set aside. They were not free and fair, or they couldn't have been free and fair because we did not have these things. And the court was with them on that score. So the question of the integrity of an election, the freeness and the fairness of the election was the issue. And of course, the painful thing was that those elections, by-elections, were set aside and we had to deal with them. After CAM, then Mhlophe came, and Mhlophe said, now that the issue of what the voters' roll should be like is settled, we now need to deal with this voters' roll going into a local government election and with a roll that did not have many addresses. We now wanted to have those addresses. And the question before the court was then, one, can we go into an election with that voters' roll, or must something fundamental happen? Secondly, should Mhlophe raise the question of how do we then deal with the voters' roll? Is it, the issue of addresses prospective, or is it an issue that is going to also be looking back, and dealing with those? Thirdly, it still continued to raise the issue of how do you make the voters' roll available? When do you make it available? And how does an election, its integrity gets ensured? And so the two cases put together have looked at an integrity of an election, what the voters' roll should accomplish in our nation, and whether persons without addresses on the roll should in fact be permitted to vote. There's a great deal of difficulty that still continues to raise today because we do have persons that don't have a fixed place of residence. They live in an area within a ward, and that is the issue. But those are exceptions, and we need to deal with the general rule. That I hope I have answered you in a long-winded manner, but I hope I have addressed your question.
Yes. Now, considering that you have this judgment and you've actually made the observation that it's actually a systemic challenge, okay? Considering the landscape of our country, rural, informal settlements, and so forth. So, what systemic reforms have you put in place to address these the issues in the Hlophe and CAM matter?
We have done quite a lot. There will always be some work that needs to be done. Let's start with what the court said. When the issue of the application was raised, whether it should be prospective or it should be, retrospective, the court agreed with us that the law can be applied retrospectively. So up to the point, and I think that point was 16th of December 2003, up to that point, there were many people on the roll that did not have addresses. There were still others that had. So the court determined that the 16th of December 2003 would be the cutoff date. If there were persons on the roll without addresses, those persons, we can harvest their addresses when they come to vote, but they will not be, disqualified by the fact that they did not have an address. So for persons after the 16th of December 2003, had to present their addresses. That work we have done to collect addresses, and we implemented many measures. We worked with institutions, that's South Africa, Telkom, those institutions that provide basic services and keep addresses of persons locally. We worked with them to find addresses where necessary, but we also spoke to the voters directly to get the voters. We have since moved because in the past, as you may recall, we used to register a person with a portable barcode scanning unit called a zip-zip. It had no way of capturing addresses. it only scanned the ID number, and you had to fill in a form manually, and we would capture that form. We no longer do that. What we do with the VMD is the address, the details are captured directly onto the VMD, and the two things, the address and the identity, go together immediately. And so whenever people register now as voters, we immediately have their addresses, and so we are fulfilling the Mhlophe matter completely, and the court is satisfied. You will recall it had a what do you call this order when you go and report back to the court regularly about what progress you make, and eventually, if you convince them that you've done enough, they discharge you from that. We had a supervisory order. We had a supervisory order from the court. We've been discharged from it, and we continue to do well. There's an element of work that we're doing for the future because people are finding ways of abusing it, and we have to deal with it through an amendment that we will put through on Section 15 of the Electoral Act and Section 16 of the Electoral Act to close some of the smaller loopholes. But the address thing is working. When someone doesn't have an address, we have sufficient particularities of that person, where they live, under that tree, at the corner of that long street, and so on and so forth.
Okay, just a last one from my side. I take it that if you stand again for a position, it means that we have unfinished business. So for the term which you have agreed to stand for as a candidate, what innovations and initiatives do you think are required to take the IEC forward?
Well, there are two immediate ones, but there are three. If I add another one, that is unavoidable. The first is we need to settle part of the failings we had in this election in the eyes of the public. That was the part that was dealing with the electronic component of the voter's roll on the VMD, on the voter management device. People say the voter management device did not work. And I understand because, perception in the work that we do is more current than reality. It has more currency than reality. The issue, simple issue, is that, the voter's roll is printed at every vote, for every voting station, there's a voter's roll copy where names of persons are marked off when they come to vote. What we did, which is not required in law, was to advance that and ensure that we add another measure of checks and balances to improve the integrity of the elections even more. That we would have an electronic copy that matches the hard copy. That electronic copy is what became slow on voting day last year. And later that afternoon, we took a decision to say, we don't have to slow queues because of it, let's remove it. And that has been a very painful thing because people got the impression that the whole VMD doesn't work. It was one of 5 things we were doing with the VMD. 4 of them worked perfectly. And because they work perfectly, we don't even talk about them. One of the 5 others was the payment module for staff to confirm that staff members, over 200,000 people that reported for duty on that day, were in fact on duty because they were scanned on it in the morning, they're scanned on it when they leave, and we work out their payments on that. It has always been a problem in the past. It has worked like a charm on this instance. We paid people very quickly. In the past, 6 months later, there would still be people who say, I didn't work 2 hours, I worked 5 hours. And so those things worked. The opening and closing of stations, they worked well. How we accounted for material we got to stations, It was on there. It was one of them. It worked well. You haven't heard people say ballots are short in this place or short in that place, because this thing worked well. So the one challenge that we had with the voters' roll, it's one that we need to get. We need to get that right, because we are going to general elections of local government next year. The second issue is the issue that relates to how we, as the Commission, how we deal with, we assist with the work of the Electoral Reform Panel once it has become work that engages the nation. The Electoral Commission is the custodian of all election information in the country. And when you look at doing, revising an electoral system, as we are doing at the moment, you have no time to practice like soccer players would practice to do something. The only thing you have is to use data based on previous elections to draw models and see how they would work. And I think this commission is poised to play a very crucial role in that aspect, in that it is not for us to say, if you do this, it'll favor smaller parties or bigger parties. No, it is for us to give information that will show decision makers that the effect of the models they choose would be this, that, or the other thing, and will help them. We will say it in words if we need to, but we would be careful. You know, the modeling aspect is important. But thirdly, in the electoral reform work, there is going to be a point at which when issues of practicality and application are raised, we will need steady hands, experience, that expertise. And that is something that I think it's coming, and one has to be ready to do. The last thing is we have to accept that a conversation is necessary to deal with issues concerning our voting and participation in voting, whether they be young persons and young persons in the main. But I think it's an issue I don't want to mischaracterize, because it can be mischaracterized. The issue is simply this, that there are persons who are disenchanted with how they have experienced democracy. And they believe something different must be done. We have in the past, all of us thought that was a problem that we could address with providing, or supplying opportunities for registration and voting. We've increased voting stations. We've put online registration for voters. So it's no longer between 8 and 5 on a Saturday or a Sunday before elections happen. It happens every day. So we are finding that it's not just that. It is people saying, so I register and get what? And that is a conversation that does not require just us. It's a conversation, essentially, that political parties are going to have to answer. And answer by saying, let me listen to what you want. Let me see if I can tailor an offering for you. And let me see, once I've done that, if you would buy my solution. So we have discovered that voters register when there are options, there are attractive options for them. And that's really a conversation we need to have as a nation, of those things that they believe are holding them back from what would be participation. Apathy would mean that they are not concerned. They're not worried about this. I don't think so. I don't think we have apathy. I think it's an expression of a desperate need to please pause and attend to this thing. And I think it's the third biggest thing I see, and I believe that we would need to facilitate, to see happen even before the next general elections.
Thank you, CJ. That will from answer.
Okay. I got a bit uncomfortable when you said, in the eyes of the public, is it the electronic voters roll? What do you call it?
The VMD.
The VMD.
Yes.
In the eyes of the public, it did not work. So sorry, yeah, in the eyes of the public, it did not work. But then went on to admit that actually it did slow down progress such that it had to be done away with. That sounded defensive to me.
No.
Am I being unfair?
Yeah, I think you might, Judge. But let me say that, and thank you for raising it. I really say it very carefully, and I don't want to mischaracterize it. I'm saying that there were 5 things that we were doing there. 4 of them worked well, and that did not work well. And that's why I accept that we have to go fix it. So there's an acknowledgement upfront in all of the statements I've issued. I've never tried to hide it. I've never tried to defend it. I've said we will go and look at it, and we are looking at it. It has never failed since then. We have run quite a lot of by-elections, but when we go to a general election, there are other things we could have done better, and we will do better, because we will also look at that aspect of that work when we do stress testing. But also when we build other checks and balance, whether in this country, for example, you would be in a position to check 27 million names, 27.7 million names online immediately, up and down, onto the database and back. Those are the kind of things that we look at. And that's what I'm acknowledging. I'm saying that needs to be done. In the eyes of the public, for them, the VMD was a voters' roll issue, and the voters' roll issue only. I have accepted that when we explain, they say, well, that's what we saw, the others we didn't see. I accept that. I'm not saying we didn't fail, but I'm saying that is the challenge. We will rise squarely to face and to deal with. And for me, it's a great opportunity to at least set that in place and deal with it.
I suppose it's in the eyes of the public that it still rankled with me, because it tells me that in the eyes of the commission, it didn't.
No.
Why are these people complaining about the one thing that did not go right and are not commending us for the 4 that actually worked well?
No, Judge. And I must say, Chief Justice, all it takes is just to look on Google or anything, or on the statements we have issued. We've never defended that. We've acknowledged publicly. Last week we were in the portfolio committee. There were 3 major things, and I even raised the thing and said to South Africans, you have spoken. We have heard you. We must go and deal with it. So there's no defending it. In the work that we do, you can't bury a problem. You've got to deal with it, even if it's a perception. Even most times, like I said, those perceptions trade in a currency that's higher than reality. But you've got to deal with it. That's the space we occupy, and we've got to remove any impediment to people participating in the electoral process. That's the attitude that I take. And if I fail to say that, that's really what I was trying to say, CJ.
All right. Yeah. I accept that answer. Ref? Yeah. You covered advocate.
Thank you, CJ.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking the time to come over today. Sorry. Thanks for making the time.
Yes, thank you.
I just want to get your views on the issue of independent candidates
Okay.
and what the commission in particular hopes to do to educate government and everyone else more around it. Why I say so is because in this country, the threshold to be a public representative is very low. And unless there are proper frameworks, we may end up with anyone who is unemployed, who can secure 1,000 names with addresses. And by the way, it's not even addresses, as you said, it's sufficient particularity. So corner of Madiba and what in Joe Slough or Squatter can be sufficient. So we may end up with people like that coming forward, traveling money somewhere to register and do what they're supposed to do. We've seen with the last elections how easy it is for individuals and groupings to fund people who want to be public represented. What advice can you give to yourselves should you be reappointed to come back? But going beyond yourselves, Parliament, for example, which is the custodian of democracy, but you as those people who have actually been tasked to deepen that democracy.
No, thank you, and I think that's very important. I'll go back 2 steps. You recall I indicated that when the electoral reform panel puts proposals on the table, and then Parliament opens them up to be considered, I think the work for this institution, the Electoral Commission, really begins and ends there. It doesn't have to. It doesn't begin when the law is made. It is when it looks. It helps decision makers, policy makers rather, to say, if this is the option that is on the table, and we look at that as if it was applied to an election that took place in 1999, 1994, 1999, 2014, 2017, or 20, whatever, this kind, similar kind, what would that mean for us? With independent candidates, by the way, inserted into the equation. That is the modeling part. And I'm afraid a lot of that makes it plain that certain things or choices that we make and believe are attractive, when you look at what they would be like once you have implemented them, you begin to think twice. I think that's the role that this institution should play. It should play it because it's a fair way of saying, look at this thing in its totality and what you want to get and get the best out of it. You would be inserting independent candidates. How would it be like? Or how would they be affected if you chose this option as opposed to that option, as opposed to that option? It would say, how does participation affect it? It would say, how do we require this country to be delimited, cut into different sizes, and why? Not just go cut and, it'll ask the question why. It'll say, are certain aspects of the assumptions we have made in the past still holding true today, given those things that... And so for me, this is possibly going to be very, very contested terrain. It's going to change how people have previously understood representation in a body like the National Assembly or provincial legislature, because it may have different configuration of seats, it may have a different configuration of geography, and so on and so forth. And that's what I'm saying. It's the work that the Electoral Commission will have to assist within less than a year, and work that would certainly need quite a lot of thought, expertise, and insight into those things. And this commission is poised to do that work in the best way possible, I think.
Can I go? Next question. Okay. I'm glad you actually was one of the few candidates who came today who said it's not about just setting up new voting stations. It's not only about technology. Here it is. It's open. And the numbers are still low. Something out there is not correct. I'm glad that finally someone is saying that, because I asked one of the candidates earlier, and I would like you to clarify for me. The election day in our calendar, in our laws of the nation, is supposed to be a holiday. But I've seen, I've always been, you know, what is that?
Special votes, an observer?
Observer, yes. Since 1994, by the way, civic duty.
Yes.
There's, without fail, in the suburban voting stations, you find domestic workers who come with their employers, with babies in the pram or babies on their hands or something like that. But they're on duty. But this time around, because of the Section 24 challenge, a lot of them who don't want to come with their employers, because employers apparently tend to tell them which party to vote for, or, you know, threaten them, those kinds of, those who sneak out during lunch to go and vote, found that it was frustrating, not the queues, but the fact that they were being told, go to this and this station, you are not registered here. So there was a loss there of a lot of people who said, you know, my employer does not know I'm here, so I'll have to go back. So I think it's those holes and leakages that the IEC has to look at. It is a day for people to stop work officially. It cannot be a day for employers to demand that you work. That is the day when you exercise your Section 19 in order to bring to life the rest of the Bill of Rights. And I think IEC there, if your duty to strengthen democracy is it should be taken more seriously than that. You know, I suppose it's commentary, but I just feel strongly.
Yeah, no, and I know. I mean, we continue to do. You continue to do work in that space. I think there are three things to be said. In addition to that, and really seriously, South Africa has not come here or has not arrived at this point by accident. It's been very intentional. The past has been far too painful. And South Africa says election day is one day only. That is voting, you know, on the day that is proclaimed to be election day. But in truth, it has not forgotten about people in the position such as that of domestic workers, farm workers, emergency workers, newspaper, news people, and so on and so forth. It has gone and created special voting opportunities. And we market those special voting opportunities immensely. That's the first thing I wanted to say. And they happen to be 2 days, not one. We have, it used to be one. We've always gone out and advocated for more than one. That's number one. Two, we don't leave it to chance. We seriously engage, you know, associations of organized labor, organized business, in all of its categories. We do that with the retail trade, amongst others. We sit them down and say to them, you want businesses that are successful, that operate in a country that is whose democracy is stable and prospering, it takes people to vote, and you've got to allow them opportunities. If we need to provide opportunities there for people to vote, we do. And thirdly, we have to accept that we've got to make voting happen as quickly as possible before people lose an opportunity. To go back to an issue that has worried me, because the Chief Justice was saying we may be defensive, and we've been open about it. In the last elections, there are at least about 800 stations that have really given us a bad name, because there the challenges were very well defined. Queues were long. They voted until late into the night or early hours of the morning. We have to go and redeem ourselves and deal with that. And we have options on the table that we need to go and look at. So all of those things put together means that we create more opportunities for people to have reason to participate in elections, to do so in a manner that confirms their dignity, assures them of our willingness to accommodate their specific needs, and do it. And all of that we try and do within the means that are available to us as a nation and a commission.
Just one last question. Mr. Mwepa, if you were to return, you would have elections for 2026, 29, 31, and preparations for 2034. What are the key things that you say for 2026? You know, this is key for me. And then the next national elections, 2029, this would be key. Afterwards, 2031, local government, this would be key. Just highlights. Because that would be your 7-year period wherein you are there. 2034, I'll excuse you, you'll be on your way out.
The most foreseeable thing is to address the things that people have felt, to assure them that, we don't want them in the queues for long, particularly in those 800 places, more or less. It's 800 out of 23,292, but they define the work that you do. We've got to go and address that. And I think, there's quite a lot of work underway to deal with it. I'm confident we're going to do. There's a part I did not want to talk about because I did not want to provoke another discussion. Technology in elections must not be used for the sake of technology. But everything we do in this country is electronic, except for the act of voting and counting the votes. And those are now the last major challenges that we face. I accept that we're not going to move for the sake of moving. We've got to make a case. From where I sit, the case has already been made, but we need to make the time to sell it to the nation. I think 2034, you're most likely going to begin to be voting electronically. But that work is going to have to begin now. It is also going to be part of the work that, as we look at what some of the electoral reform challenges would be, this would be a tagging problem that we would have to be mindful of on the side. And when you talk about that, people think you're thinking people must just stay in bed and take their phone and vote from there. It may not be so. It might still mean that people come to a station, but they don't get a ballot paper issued to them individually. They go to a station, which is close to them even for that matter. They identify themselves onto the system. It recognizes that this is Mosotho Moepia, he lives at this street. It says, okay, Mosotho, you're registered, you're entitled or you qualify to vote for to get to vote for your representative in Gauteng, to vote for Gauteng province, to vote for a ballot for the National Assembly, and to vote for a regional ballot from Gauteng region to the National Assembly. And then you're able to do that. It gives you confirmation of the choices you made. It says, these are the choices that you've made. Do you agree with them? If you say yes, you print something, whether you keep it or you put it into a ballot box to confirm the electronic choice that you have made. We need to do that. I don't think, and people say, how do you talk electronic voting in a country that's unequal? When you think of electronic voting at that elementary level, it can happen in this country tomorrow. But you would need will and education and conviction. People think, Chief Justice, that pencils that we use or pens that we use to mark the ballot, they're magic ones. When you use this one, it's going to erase it. That's why I say perception is important in the way that we do. So you've got to deal with the question of perception to some level and then begin to do the work. We may have to run parallel. So I say 2034, these are things, opportunities that you would have. You probably may be even running parallel, but you may have developed something that is working along those lines. I don't think in South Africa, I'm thinking here, I don't think in 15 years' time we'll be voting in exactly the same way that we're voting today. It won't be, because the challenges are getting even more defined. The longer it takes to issue a result from a voting station, because there's a count and a recount and a dispute and so on, people are simply saying we can't wait anymore. Give it some speed. But at the same time, they say we want accuracy with it, and we want reliability. And those are the kind of things that technology is going to give you immediately.
Right. I'll hold my tongue. Chairperson, thank you very much for allowing yourself to be persuaded to accept the nomination. We wish you and the Commission all the best for the rest of the term and going forward.
Thank you.
Be preparing for important elections next year.
Thank you.
We don't want any hitches with that.
Thank you.
So we're right behind you.
Thank you.
You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Okay, that's the end of today's proceedings. We adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow. At 10 a.m. we are starting, not arriving.